P, are we ready? And the recording and streaming is on. Okay, good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our meeting of council open at 6 p.m. and would like to say welcome back, councillors, for our first meeting of 2025. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I would like to start today's... Can you hear me now? Okay. I can certainly work out whose voice that is, so hopefully you can hear me. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of elders past and present on which we celebrate today and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. I'd like to express my gratitude that we share this land today and my sorrow for that cost of that sharing. I hope that in the spirit of reconciliation we can move forward to a place of justice, healing and partnership as we walk gently on this land. Now we're up to item 2, which is applications for leave of absence and remote attendance. Councillors, we've received an application for remote attendance for Councillor Harvey for the meeting tonight. May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Hernjack. All those in favour? Anyone against? Declare that carried. Councillor Harvey, you don't have to vote for yourself, you're in. Up to item number 3, disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice, page 2 of the agenda, reminds us of our oaths and affirmations made under affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act of 1993. Councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. Okay, declare that carried. So up to item 4. Sorry, no calling out from the audience at the moment. I'm anticipating, but just let us get through these bits first. Councillors, we're now moving to public address.
Madam Mayor, can I move a procedural motion?
Councillor Bingham? Yes.
I'd like to move that all speakers who have registered, who are present, get the opportunity to speak tonight.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor De Luca. All those in favour? Anyone against? Hang on, we'll do that again. Sorry, all hands went up a bit late. I'm gathering you're all for it, or yes? Was anyone against? No, declare that unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Bingham. So before we commence, I wish to remind speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I'd also like to remind the audience that taking photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You will not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and will treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff, and that council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim for defamation by any person either in the public gallery viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. So we have a lot of people here in the gallery this evening, and to ensure our public speakers and our councillors have an opportunity to be heard, I ask that our audience remain courteous and respectful throughout the proceedings. So with that, we'll go with speaker number 1, which is Stuart Gold from Elanora Heights.
Good evening, everyone. When I started the Northern Beaches People's Voice, I did not start the site for myself. I started the site for the people of the Northern Beaches because I knew they had no chance of fighting a rate hike of up to 46% on their own. The Council's consultation program, although severely flawed, found that the vast majority of people, more than 50%, do not support a rate hike above the IPART peg rate. A belt tightening option was never offered and would have completely topped the charts. It appears council staff don't like the belt tightening option and have adopted the old Mortein slogan, when you're on a good thing, stick to it. My submission to council on the proposed rate hike reached more than 26,000 people, and I did not receive one adverse comment. The choice tonight for councillors to make is, will they back the council's outrageous 46% rate hike proposal or back the people that voted them in and get council to tighten its belt as the people have requested? We now have more than 1,500 members on my site, and it was probably only because the consultation program was conducted over Christmas and New Year's that we would have triple that. I only have 1 minute left. Let me talk quickly. I'll only have the time to read one of the posts tonight, and this is verbatim from Jackie Neal. As a sole parent with cancer, working part-time, when I'm not in hospital and my son's dad having passed away in 2022 from liver cancer, this will surely topple me if it gets passed. Council is literally making me sicker with their very out-of-touch assumptions, ratepayers' financial circumstances. I am lucky if I get a 2% pay rise annually. Where will this 39 to 46% money come from for me to be able to help keep my unit? Stress is very bad for cancer. I'm my son's only parent now, and I need to be here for him. I'll skip a bit because I've only got 10 seconds left. With mortgage rate rises, electricity bills through the roof, food prices off the Richter, no help whatsoever with back to school vouchers, cost of fuel, the average family is barely able to make ends meet. Council should trim the fat like the rest of corporate Australia, end quote. Councillors, please consider Jackie and the many other Jackies in the community when you cast your vote tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Gold. The next person up is Phil Sulway.
Good evening, everybody. We were told we had a choice of 4 options. So we go to the survey expecting to select one of 4 options. Pretty simple, you think? No, not if you are voting on something involving the Northern Beaches Council. The first question asks us to place a value on 9 questions like improve roads, expand footpath programs, etc. All motherhood-style questions. So you think, good idea. Who would think any different? So you rate them. Maybe somewhat important, maybe very important. This gives council the first opportunity to take control of the narrative, to say that 80% of the community wants council to maintain, improve or increase services. Hang on a minute, I didn't say that. I want to reduce services. There was no mention that you were going to use my answers to say that. Next question. How supportive, if at all, are you of the options? This must be the question where I get to select my option. So you select option 1, but you have to rate its importance. So you obviously put very important. But why do I have to do this 3 more times when I want to do is just select option 1? Anyway, you follow the bouncing ball as there is no comments anywhere saying that these questions are optional, so you complete the question. Because you voted for option 1 as your first preference, you select option 2 and then option 3, etc. But what support selection rating did you put on each of these other 3 questions? Unless you put not supportive at all, you've just given the council a reason to say it's okay for another option. A second choice, or believe it or not, even a third choice, because the council may need to go down to that level because the support of the first 2 options are too close for council's preferred option. Next question, rank the options in order of preference. Finally, the questions you have been looking for that you finally get an option to choose. But I have to rank them. But I only want to choose one option because I don't want any of the others. So you again follow the bouncing ball and rank the options. Now, council have really got you. They have all the quantitative data that they need to find a result that they want to get to. They now take control of the narrative, ignoring the very reasons why people wanted to vote in the first place, to choose one option. That option turned out to be option 1 with 51% of the vote. By the way, the second preference result was 98% in favour of reduce. After all this consultation, survey responses, thousands of written words, council selects option 3, which on any count from the data cannot be justified one iota. This is how it is. Council do whatever they want.
Thank you, Mr. Silway. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Terry LaRue, if you are here.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council. I am Terry LaRue, a resident in Balgowlah and a member of the North Harbour Community Executive Group. For the past 15 years, I have been active in interacting with council staff and management on a range of issues, many of them contentious. The previous CEO once referred to me as a constructive shit stirrer. I am here to give my support for and endorsement of the option 3 special rate variation. However, I do not support Council's description of option 3, which says to improve facilities and deliver larger projects. It is a number of these large, nice-to-have discretionary projects that have contributed to the following: the many negative comments in resident submissions and in social media about unnecessary and badly managed discretionary projects and their gold plating. Secondly, the Council's financial resources have been caught short to the detriment of maintaining infrastructure in the community. That has led to a backlog of $46 million in current infrastructure asset expenditure in order for them just to be considered safe and acceptable. This should be the minimum standard for infrastructure in order for our infrastructure to be resilient to the challenges of climate change. I am of the view that the council staff and the councillors have prioritised some discretionary projects ahead of funding the maintenance of infrastructure assets. I prefer to see Mayor Hines with the CEO watching potholes being filled or street trees being planted than attending the opening of a cafe or restaurant in a surf club. I believe the community does not want more large projects. It wants the existing infrastructure like roads, bridges, the tree canopy, the walking and cycle paths, creeks, the community reserves like the libraries, the playing fields, the beaches and swimming pools to be properly maintained and made resilient to the challenges of climate change. It also wants the council to properly and more vigorously implement the compliance conditions on new commercial buildings and residences. Underfunding of the maintenance of infrastructure assets will invariably lead to an even bigger rate increase than that proposed in option 3 in future as these assets degrade from neglect. Sadly, at this meeting of councillors, no decisions will be made about how the council's additional revenue will be spent. It's only about the submission to IPART on how much the rates will be increased. Councillors and staff are being put on notice ahead of council's delivery plan to be handed down later this year. Residents do not want to come here in 4 years' time and say, "We told you so." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next person up. I think it's his second show at this. Mr. Frank Palaire. We had you last month.
Oops. Good evening. There are only 2 survey results that matter. The first most important question is what rate option people prefer. The majority of respondents, 51%, voted for option 1. 32% voted for option 2, 11% for option 3, and 6% for option 4. In other words, 83% did not vote for either options 3 or 4. Yet the council only proposed to vote option 3. The second most important question is the degree of support for each option. 33% of respondents voted very supportive for option 1, 24% for option 2, 12% for option 3, 7% for option 4. Once again, 57% voted for very supportive to option 1 and 2 versus only 19% for options 3 and 4. Let's look at the negative choice of this question. 43% and 28% of respondents voted not at all supportive for options 1 and 2 versus 58%, 74% not at all supportive for option 3 and 4 respectively. The community choice cannot be clearer. Over 5,500 people took the survey, of which 98% are ratepayers, your sponsors. Statistics tell that a sample of 5,500 respondents achieves a 1.7% margin of error with a 99% confidence level for a survey across a population of 267,000 residents. These survey results are highly accurate, with this very low margin of error against the 83% of respondents that don't want option 3 and 4. The whole of New South Wales is watching. The Northern Beaches advocates say council set to ignore results of community consultation and vote for a 40% rate rise. The Manly Observer, a majority of 51% overall opted for the least expense and a reduction in services via option 1, with a clearer majority of 64% choosing this as their first option when responding by mail. The Sydney Morning Herald, Beaches residents vote for an 11% rate rise. Their council is considering 40%. 9 News, outraged residents are pushing back against a council huge proposed rate hike. Yes, I am for option 3. This will be an electroshock to the community. The outrage will peak. Then all ratepayers read their new rate notification. Votes of non-confidence against the council will follow.
Can
People will
you
put
just
an end
wrap
to
up
this.
because you've been through your 3 minutes? Just finish your sentence or
I finished the last
little bit.
sentence. People
Thank
will
you.
put an end to this dysfunctional council because we live in a democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. James Brown, I'm going to actually put you to the end because I suspect that's probably the way to finish. So the next person up is Nicole Rajkovic. Sorry, Nicole, if you're here. I've just slighted your surname. No? No, Nicole? Okay. David Brown. Oh, excellent, great, thank you. I'm looking around the back.
Sorry, I was advised by council that I was not to speak, but here I am, so I'm
Yeah, well, we just thought we'd give an opportunity to have everybody heard.
I'll just speak 2 minutes is my limit, or 3?
3, and,
Oh, I'll
and
take
it'll
it
let
on.
you know when there's 30 seconds left,
very
so
much.
you can wind up.
So I'm a ratepayer. Thanks for the previous speakers. They've been fantastic and very clear. I'm against the rate rise. I voted, as it appears many other people did here as well. We all had the opportunity to vote, and we did it because we're asked to do that. And like most surveys, we expect our voices to be heard. I will come from a different tact, and I think it's very important. Across the Northern Beaches, from Manly to Palm Beach and everywhere in between, there's great diversity in the community. And the energy of the community is why we're all here and we all love it. And there's a range of incomes and a range of social situations, but that diversity is there. And the beauty of Manly to Palm Beach and everywhere in between is the diversity. My proposition is this. Council, most businesses in this community and broader afield have had to tighten their belts for the last 3-4 years. Most families have, most businesses have. I know the businesses I am involved with have to, and our household has had to do the same. The proposition I'm putting forward is that this impost is unsatisfactory. There is an option where council looks at major expenditure and addresses that, and I think that's a very wise thing to do. That was on the survey option, and that's what I elected for or voted for. But the core point of my message is the beauty of Manly and its surrounds and the Northern Beaches is its diversity. Cost increases such as this that are just beyond belief force many people to leave the area. Young people, it's very difficult to find rental accommodation by young people, older people and everywhere in between. This is an impost on that. This is an increase in cost. It goes to businesses, it goes to people who rent properties, landlords, etc., etc. All of it is increasing costs. And what I'm concerned about and sharing with everyone here is it'll diminish the diversity we have in the community and the vibrancy and energy that we have in the community. And to that point, I ask council to possibly relook at this and respect the diversity, respect the energy of the community, and, dare I say it, respect and give thought to the people that have voted and shared their thoughts. So diversity is the beauty of the place. Let's not diminish that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is Mr. Stephen Bohill.
Hello. Yeah, good. Thank you, Candy, for suggesting to speak. It's much welcomed, I'm sure, by all of us here tonight to have a chance to get things off your chest. I don't see much evidence of belt tightening here by the council with the lovely dais that you've got and the beautiful chairs, the beautiful terminals. I've run many businesses before, and as everybody says here, belt tightening first of all in times of strife, and revenue raising. So you're obviously revenue raising like just straight to your clients, us. I wish I could do that in a commercial business where I could just say, oh, my clients are going to have a cost increase of 40%. It just doesn't happen in the real world. So I'd really advise council to get a little bit more commercial and think about what they're actually proposing to everybody here and the impost on everybody here. It's just totally impossible in my view. Anyway, we live in Manly, so we're super fortunate to live in Manly. And I didn't expect to speak, so I had written an email, but I really just want to say, can council perhaps look at, cost down? What are you doing on cost down? How are you recycling your assets efficiently? I look at Manly Council, the building there, beautiful building, and I had a look online before this meeting about what proposal, and I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago there were some proposals for redevelopment of the asset, and actually bugger all's happened since then. So I look at that and think, well, how efficient is council? You spend all this time and money on surveys, on process and whatever, but a performing arts centre, no, it didn't happen. Yeah, other things could happen there. Could be a hotel, could be a bar, who knows what. But things should happen, and things should happen relatively quickly, and you become more efficient. What about, here's a crazy idea, a tourist tax for Manly visitors from overseas. Other cities do it. How about raising tax from other people, not just your local people who've got no chance to get out of it? So again, recycle your assets, be more efficient. How are you introducing AI? I don't know if Mr. Phillips is listening, but doesn't look like it. But anyway, I hope that together we can get an outcome that's great for Manly, great for the beaches, great for the whole of the Northern Beaches, and something that allows us to invest in services, but efficiently and, for the benefit of all of us. So thanks, everybody.
Okay. Next person up is Mr. Travers Owers. If you're here. Okay, we might skip Mr. Owers. Here's a regular, Mr. Mark Horton.
Good evening, councillors. Yeah, I'm Mark Horton. I'm a local resident. I'm 73 years old. I've lived here all my life. And I'm here to oppose the rate rise. I don't believe we were given the right options. I'm really angry. I didn't prepare my speech tonight for the first time ever. But my concern is that I cannot afford the rate rise. I'm paying my rates by instalment. That's the way it is. I've got a limited income and I'm worried about it. I know an ex-bus driver who lives in a unit at Mona Vale. He's now told me that his levy in the unit block is higher than his pension. Now, he's also a ratepayer. How is he going to bloody well afford it? I'm serious about this. I wrote all the scientific stuff to council in a number of emails, 3 or 4, and I wrote to some of them personally, and I said that I cannot understand why you're going about it this way. Why? Is the staff driving council, or is council driving the staff? But I'm not going to go for 3 minutes. I'm not going to go for the 3 minutes, but one of the things that I found really appalling was an analysis by one of your consultants, somebody you paid money for. Residents of Brookvale, Collaroy Plateau, Cromer, Dee Why, Narrabeen, Narraweena and Wheeler Heights and Narraweena. Please note, the Northern Beaches Council identifies your suburbs as being the most disadvantaged of the Northern Beaches. But the analyst said the disadvantage is only slight. So they're inferring that you can afford to pay the higher rate. Your disadvantage is only slight. If you approve the rate rise tonight, you're making a big mistake and it won't be forgotten. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Horton. Next person up is Ms. Felicity Pateras, if you're in the room. It could be Peters with an E in there. An extra E, so to speak. No Felicity. Okay, next person, Gerhan De Silva. It could be Jihan De Silva. Oh, sorry, that's a statement. Doesn't have to be read if we've... Yep.
I think he sent an email.
Okay, we'll circle back to that one. Next one, Jeremy Cook. Mr. Jeremy Cook, if you're here. And if you're not here, let's jump back to Mr. James Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of Council. I want to start by acknowledging the service you give to this community, the time you put in, and also the professionalism of many of your staff. My name is James Brown. I'm a resident and ratepayer of Great Mackerel Beach. I speak against the motion tonight, and I want to associate myself with a number of the comments that have been made about the lack of transparency, concerns around the foregone nature of the consultation process that took place over the summer. I think those are very real concerns. I also want to speak on behalf of the 200 people here who were kept out in the rain tonight, waiting for the doors of a public building to open so that they could come in and be heard. I'm glad that you've made the decision to hear all of us tonight, but if you'd made that earlier, a number of the speakers you've called would have been here to put their case in person too. I want to particularly talk about the impact this decision will have on small business in our community. We know that small business has been doing it tough since COVID. And many of our neighbours and friends increased their home loans when interest rates were low. They put that money into their small businesses and they're now being crushed by interest rates, absolutely crushed. We know that small business is a major employer in the Northern Beaches. We know that small business is critical to our economy.
Okay, can I please... Okay, can I please
Madam
ask...
Mayor. Madam Mayor, could I suggest that if Mr James continues to interject, that he be removed from the chamber? Mr David James, could you please refrain from interjecting and being so rude?
Yes, thank you, but no, we're not at that stage yet. But if everyone can just contain themselves, there's only 1 minute and 34 seconds left, and if Mr Brown could try and make sure that he gets his point across as quickly and without irritating as many people as possible, I suppose is a nice way to say it.
Point of order.
I will ask the
Point
audience.
of order, please. Madam Mayor.
I will ask the audience, please, to just contain yourselves so that we can hear Mr James'
Madam Mayor.
last minute and 34 seconds.
Madam Mayor, could I please ask you to apologise for that very offensive and provocative comment, which was unwarranted?
Okay, I apologise, and can we now move on?
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
If the audience can't contain themselves, I will ask for an adjournment so that everyone can just calm down. But this is actually the last person to speak, and then hopefully we can get through the statement.
Madam Mayor, given that Mr James has just been talking about transparency, could we please get him to confirm whether or not he is a candidate at the coming federal election?
Okay, so councillors in the audience, we will just move on. I think if you read the media, you'll know, but let's just move on. You've got 1 minute and 34 seconds. If we could give him some respect, please. You've got a little light.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, my occupation is known. There's a building down the road with my face on it, but I'm here as an individual to speak on behalf of neighbours and friends and community owners that I've spoken to this week. I spoke to a cafe owner down on the DY Strand whose energy costs went from $6,000 to $8,000 in the last quarter, who is paying increased childcare fees this year and doesn't begrudge paying increased childcare fees that the council has raised, but does begrudge this rate rise. It will put serious pressure on their ability to employ staff. This business owner was near the point of tears, telling me that they are just hanging on by their fingernails to their business and to their home. The risk in putting our rates up by 40% is that you are putting them up at precisely the wrong time. This is a decision that council could defer by 12 months. But by putting them up now, when interest rates remain high, when our economy is struggling and we are in a cost of living crisis, you risk crippling small business in our community. I know that you have difficult decisions to make, but I hope that you make this decision knowing precisely the impact it may have on small businesses who are employing our friends, who are employing our neighbours, who are keeping our community going, and who are creating community on the Northern Beaches. And I finish by saying this. Madam Mayor, you and your team were elected on a promise, as independents, of listening closely to community concerns and representing them.
Okay.
This is a matter of trust.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Okay, terrific. Thank you. So we will now have a member of staff read a statement from Gerhan De Silva.
Gerhan De Silva writes, Dear Council members, I had the opportunity to review some of the 320-page report published via email on Tuesday, the 21st of the 1st, 25 evening. Whilst I represent myself, I do belong to a wider community here at Forestville. Some observations to note. 1. Community feedback was open from the 18th of November 24 until the 12th of January 25. 2. Community review of the 320-page outcome report was provided 5 business days prior to the meeting and over a long weekend during school holidays. Email notification was received on the 21st of the 1st, 25 at 9 p.m. Number 3, external consultancy agencies used throughout the process. 4, 72% of survey, total 5,584 responses, voted for maintain services, option 2, followed by reduce services. 5, 64% of email, total 804 responses, voted for reduce services, option 1. 6, council would like approval endorsement for improved services, option 3. I am against option 3 and in favour of option 2, maintain services, given that is what the community has voted, provided feedback on. Going against community engagement would erode trust in council and its members, along with the entire process that many have worked diligently and effectively on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we move to item 7. I think that's numbered wrong on mine. 7.1. So we have a recommendation there for option 3. And a moved by Councillor Beaujard and seconded by Councillor Grattan. As the mover. Mr. Parsons. Okay, so Councillor Beaujard, would you like to, as the mover, speak? Yeah, mover and a seconder. Oh, sorry, questions, yes. I'm jumping the gun. Okay, sorry, let me have a look at my list on here. Councillor Causey, your light's been on. Do you have actually a question? You do? Yeah, Councillor Causey, sorry, your light's been on for a while. I'm watching lights come on and off, so I'm just trying to grab your initials, so I've got an idea who's...
Okay, so I have quite a number of questions. The first three that I'm going to mention have come from a resident. On page 12, it says we need $12 million extra each year for asset renewal. Does that include depreciation? And that question would be for our finance director, if that's possible.
I've got Vince, Sarah, John. So, try now. Yep. Got it.
The asset management plan.
It's not the...
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So the asset management plan shows there is a renewal gap for the funding of the renewal of the assets that we have. That's $15.1 million in the paper, and that is already being depreciated because they're assets we already have.
And just for the benefit of residents here in the gallery who may not understand, could you explain what depreciation is and how it works? I'd like to...
Through you, Mayor. Depreciation is the cost of assets over the lifetime.
Excuse me, can I just ask that the audience refrain from calling out? We have to have respect to questions and answers here. Thank you. Okay, but respect doesn't mean that you call out from the audience at all. Okay, if this continues, I will be adjourning the meeting for 5 minutes to make sure everybody stays nice and calm. All right. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Depreciation allocates the cost of an asset over its useful life, so an amount of money every year until that asset comes to the end of its life.
Okay, and can you explain what's been happening to depreciation with the council assets over the last few years, please?
Because we've been in such a high inflation period, so what normally happens is the council goes through a cycle of comprehensive revaluations where we would review the cost of an asset class and revisit those costs. But because inflation has been so high over the last 4 years, we've had to index all infrastructure assets every single year. So the pace now at which that depreciation, which is the result of that, has been increasing, has been much, much higher than the kind of funding we have available to do the renewal works to match that depreciation.
Okay, now wages are the major costs for councils, and the IPART index is based on award increases for employee costs, rising by about 11%, including super increases. But Northern Beaches Council employee costs appear to have risen 18%, when staff numbers have only gone up 12%. Why is that, and have staff wages increased?
The staff wages only increase in accordance with the award, and as you mentioned, the super guarantee for everyone in Australia has been going up by 0.5% for a few years now. So that's the case here at Council as well. I think what you might be referring to is the change in employee costs
from a couple of years back in 2022 to 2024, so that 3-year period. In 2022, what we need to do is review the employee leave entitlements owed to staff. So it's a liability on the council's balance sheet. And one of the inputs to that is Commonwealth bond rates. When they change dramatically, it impacts that expense. It's a non-cash item, but because it was so dramatic, it was over $3 million in a reduction in costs, if you like, compared to normal times, that really it's not anything to do with salaries paid to staff.
Okay. The IPART rate peg for 2024 25 and 25-26 takes into account the emergency services levy. So why cite this as a reason for the SRV?
Through you, Mayor. IPART have only recently changed the rate peg methodology. So previously it didn't factor in the emergency services levy anywhere near to the degree that it was increasing. So the year in which the emergency services levy increased by $3 million for us, the adjustment factor in the rate peg was equivalent to $16,000. Today, forward-facing, the rate peg has an adjustment factor in it, and we've factored that also into our forecast for what the rate peg will be. So you can see that in our long-term financial plan. But unfortunately, we have now this $3 million program problem from the prior method.
Okay, is that your 3 questions?
I've got more.
All right.
Well, presumably the community is interested in hearing about why this is proposed.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just skip through. Yeah, I said yes. Okay. Okay, for the community, could you please explain the differences between the 3 options? What differences would residents see between the 3 options? It could be the CEO might like to explain that.
Thank you. So option 1 is we carry on as we are and we follow IPART's rate peg that they hand down every year. Option 2, so the current situation where, because as I mentioned, the IPART rate peg methodology changed a couple of years back. Previously, it was a backward-facing index. Now it's a forward-facing index. The problem for us is it skipped over that high inflation period. So IPART have told councils if that causes you a financial viability issue, you need to go through the special rate variation process to explain what's happened to your community. Option 1 means we have forevermore each year that $24 million inflation gap plus other issues that we aren't able to fund. Option 2 is the option that provides for the infrastructure funding gap that's in our asset management plan that Council adopted last year. That plan says that we have a funding gap of $25.5 million a year. It also provides for, as we can see the rain out here today, natural disasters that occur in the Northern Beaches. For the last...
Can we please have a bit of respect? If you're finding it difficult to keep quiet, then maybe think about going for a little walk and coming back, just to kind of contain yourself. Well, it's actually quite insulting and against the code of conduct for you to be calling out. So I'm trying to make sure that everyone's being heard, but the respect goes both ways.
And also with that option, you see us being able to fund a gap that we also have in environmental and natural risk reduction programs here on the Northern Beaches. So that package is option 2. Option 3 provides all of that, plus the ability to develop what, if you like, a future works fund. So to be able to do the larger projects that are coming in the medium to long term for council that are going to need significant funding. So these are big assets that are coming to the end of their life that a renewal decision will need to be made. Programs like that come from option 3, and that flexibility and that ability to prioritise things for the community. And then option 4 again builds on that and gives us that ability also. There are things in the asset management plan that are high priority risks. The funding in option 2 will allow us to work through those over a period of time. Option 4 allows us to accelerate some of that work and look into some service improvements as well.
Okay. Now, can you tell us when the current system, of the current rating system, and with the rate peg was introduced? I understand it was the late 70s. And can you tell us, apart from it being moved from the government to IPART, have there been any other changes in the way it's being calculated?
So the rate peg has been in place since 1977. And the IPART now sets the rate peg under delegation from the Minister for Local Government. That's been happening since 2011. Previous to that, the Minister themselves set the rate peg. The changes that have happened in recent years is really IPART's involvement in the process and the reviews that have been triggered because they can see issues in this sector. Around the way in which people are rated, the exemptions, the whole fairness in that system, and also the way in which rates can be set and what control councils have in that process.
Okay, and so since 1977, and I'm not sure who's the best person to answer this, whether you or Scott, what types of responsibilities, other than the most recent emergency services levy, have been transferred to council? And for example, I understand that coastal management has been moved from the state government, from a state government responsibility to a council responsibility in that period.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. In 1979, I think it was, coastal management moved into local government from state. There's a number of other things that are costs that have been shifted on to local government. An inquiry or a report was done by LGNSW a couple of years back, and they found some of the highest costs that are shifted onto local government include things like the waste levy. This council, through Kimbrookie and through our red bin collection, we pay the government $13 million and we receive about $200,000 in grants back out of that program. There are a number of properties in the Northern Beaches that receive a rate exemption. So this is a fairness thing for the community when someone is paying and another person is not, and that counts for $6.6 million for Northern Beaches, DAs and regulatory functions, and of course the emergency services levy.
So is it correct to say that the council, or all councils, are now carrying a much larger financial burden than they were 40, 45 years ago, and have not been... And our ability...
Respect, please, audience, respect. Thank you.
And our ability to raise rates has not increased during that same period, other than through an SRV.
That's correct. The responsibility and the expectations are quite different.
Okay.
Can we move on and share the questions around a bit? So I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunity. Please, let me chair the meeting. Thank you.
Okay,
next person
leave it
up
for somebody else.
is Councillor De Luca.
Microphone. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question's directed to the CEO. Could you please advise the exact cost of the consultation report as well as the program?
Excuse me, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. $173,000.
Thank you. In relation to the options put, who actually formulated those options, and did staff have any involvement in the development of those options?
Through you, Mayor, and I'll seek clarity if I don't answer the question correctly. The options were brought about through the analysis of the financial statements by staff.
What is Council's response that the options actually sought to prejudice people's opportunity to have their true say?
Through you, Mayor, I obviously can't comment on people's perceptions or their opinions of what they thought, but certainly staff have tried to follow the IPART guidelines that set out that we must develop options and present them to the community for their awareness to understand what the financial impacts would be for each and every potential outcome.
Is our Northern Beaches Council survey the same as North Sydney?
Through you, Mayor, I would have to take that on note. I'm not aware of their survey.
Sorry, through you, Mayor, I can add some comment to that. No, Councillor, it wasn't in line with North Sydney's. However, we did make reference to the experience Willoughby had last year, who also worked with Micromex Research Company.
Is it not true that Micromex has said this is the largest, most significant response to any survey, and that they usually only have 100 responses, if that?
Through you, Mayor, yes, even in terms of engagement for projects for Northern Beaches Council, this is one of the largest responses we've seen.
Thank you. So in view of that response, why then has Council sought to what appears by the community to be a deliberate attempt to mislead on the actual results when 51% of the respondents opted for option 1 and only 11% opted for option 3, and tonight we as the elected body have a recommendation before us to go with option 3. Is that not ignoring our community?
Through you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. What I would like to clarify is that, yes, there were a number of questions that talked about both ranking the preferences and understanding community sentiment. And the council staff role was to bring those together in terms of the staff recommendation. So I appreciate the perception and people's opinions that say there's a 51% figure on a ranking. However, that's only one part, and the same people that voted 51% have answered about how they feel strongly or less strongly, what's significant to them in terms of service delivery. So...
Okay.
So,
hold it back.
So the answer is that the recommendation has come from the sentiment as well as one question. It came from the whole survey. So whilst people might not like, there is obviously an understandable reluctance to pay additional rates, and staff certainly understand that. But the results of the survey also said that people are...
Excuse me, can we please refrain so we can hear answers and questions?
The results of the survey also indicated that people are expecting or wanting more or expanded and improved services, which, whether they like to pay or not, cannot be achieved without additional rates. So it was trying to reflect the feedback.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, so can I ask, since the public gallery is having a bit of trouble holding themselves back at the moment, I really need you to keep your loud commentary just to yourself. If you can't refrain, I will call for a break just to make sure everyone kind of can come back and have the respective questions and answers. All right, so one more go, and then if you can't hold on, I will ask for a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Mayor. In relation to the memo I received from Council's management concerning written submissions, I note that a number have not been counted and discarded because they felt that by saying we're against wasn't a reason to count them. Could I please be advised why that decision was made?
Through you, Mayor, we had, in terms of, there were two types of submissions, as you're aware, through the feedback form on the Your Say page, as well as email and written. Of those, there were 447, which is represented in the report on page 69 as 7%, that actually didn't like any of the options. So they were still counted in terms of the thematic analysis. Because they didn't list an option, they were still considered and presented to the council in the report. So no, there was no submissions were ignored, Councillor.
As an objection. They were considered as an objection.
They were considered as that they did not rank an option. They wanted, there were different things in page.
Hang on, everyone, just let's hear the answers.
So as we've specified, none of the options are acceptable. Insufficient detail, suggestion for an option 1A, suggestion for an option 5, various options. So all of those submissions were counted and considered and captured in that thematic analysis.
Thank you. In relation to the Morrison Lowe report, who authorised that report considering that councillors never voted for such report, and how much did it cost?
Through you, Mayor. So part of the IPART requirements that staff are following is for a capacity to pay report. So we engaged a consultant through council standard procurement processes and instructed them to prepare a capacity to pay report in accordance with IPART requirements.
Thank you. Turning to Mr LaRue's comments earlier, where he described many projects as badly managed and blowouts, could I please be advised, since amalgamation, how many projects have actually failed to be completed on time and also had budgetary blowouts, and what is the total amount of blowouts that have occurred since amalgamation?
Through you, Mayor, we'd need to take that on notice. I'm sorry, I couldn't answer that on the spot.
Thank you. We've also heard tonight the concerns regarding small business. I refer to my correspondence regarding food trucks. When a festival or an event is planned and to be run by council, is any consultation undertaken with local businesses and also local communities regarding that event and or festival, whatever you want to call it?
Through you, Mayor, yes, I can say that in terms of with local businesses, consultation takes place. However, I'm not sure which communities you're referring to.
Noting your advice that the great majority of food trucks, for example, for the council-run food festivals are actually registered out of area, that concerns me that local businesses are being adversely affected and having business taken away. So I just want to know why we're not ensuring, A, that they're not local providers, and B, whether any local business in that vicinity, and I'm told they are being adversely affected and their profits going down because council is competing with them.
Through you, Mayor, with regards to the first part of your question, we follow advice from procurement, and the latest advice is that Local Government New South Wales as well as ICAC have made recommendations that you're not to exclude suppliers' applications when we do an EOI process on those grounds. However, if that would be the council's direction, we obviously would follow your decision.
Thank you. In relation to the Transport, Traffic and Active Travel Service, can I please be advised how many staff are in that unit? What is the total cost of salaries in that unit, and what duties and activities it undertakes, please?
Through you, Mayor. There are 126.7 full-time equivalent positions in that service. Your question was full budget, sorry?
What is the total cost, yes?
The total cost of that service is, well, the net cost, including income, is marginal, but there is $47 million in income and $32.3 million in operating costs and $14.4 million in staff costs.
14.4 million. In relation to arts and culture, same question. How many staff are in that service? What salaries are they on? And what revenue have they raised for council?
Can I clarify, are you referring to community arts and culture?
Yes.
Okay. So that service has 58.2 full-time equivalent staff. The employee costs are 7.8 million per year. The other costs associated with running that service are 5.9, and there is income within that service as well.
What is that income?
13 million.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can somebody else have a go?
Councillor Causey asked about 12 questions. I'm only up to my fourth.
Oh, no, I have counted a few more questions than that, but...
I can give way to you and then come back if that suits you. I'm happy with that. Yep.
Okay.
As long as I get circled back to, that's
yes,
fine.
if you like.
Thank you.
Or you can ask one more question and then we
I've got
move
many
on.
more, so I'm happy that you go to other councillors and I'm happy to
Okay.
ask later on.
All right. Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Question through you, Mayor. Why is it we need a special variation if we have currently high cash balances and recent surpluses? People in the community have written and said our financial position seems to have improved over the last few years. So why the need for an SRV?
Through you, Mayor. The council's underlying financial position is not sustainable, and the long-term financial plan shows that. So the council currently has a current operating budget deficit, and we have an asset renewal and maintenance backlog. So that issue is only going to grow if we do not intervene. Most of the council's cash is restricted, and that means that it's held to do something specific. When it might be held by legislation, we have grants, we've got customers' bonds and deposits. It's not available to use to repair infrastructure, for example. And that's around 80% of council's cash. For an organisation like ours, we really need to maintain sufficient working capital to be able to run the business from a day-to-day perspective and deal with disasters and any opportunities that might come to council. But I think it's important to understand when you look at our results, there is a lot in there and there is a lot of restrictions. So last financial year, our operating result was a surplus of $14.9 million. If you strip away all the restrictions, the surplus is only $1.5 million. One of the big things that happens to all councils is the federal government have been providing the financial assistance grant. They provide it to all councils. It's $9 million for this council, and they pay it about 3 seconds to the 30th of June. And that means that it then becomes income of that year, even though it's a grant for this current financial year.
Thank you. Has this financial sustainability issue been raised with the community prior to this special rate variation application?
This issue has been flagged in our long-term financial plan for a couple of years now. The asset management plan, this is the second iteration that has said there is a significant funding gap.
What has been the impact of state and federal government cost shifting on council per ratepayer on the Northern Beaches?
Through you, Mayor. I mentioned a cost-shifting survey that was done a couple of years ago by LG NSW, and that showed for Northern Beaches, each ratepayer is paying the equivalent of $379 per year that passes through us to cover costs that the state government impose on councils.
So that's a large proportion of what we're asking for in this SV, I guess. How many councils have applied for a special variation since amalgamation? Are we the only ones here applying for a special variation?
Through you, Mayor. So since 2016-17 financial year, there's been 57 councils across New South Wales that have received approval for a special variation to rates. And that varies from about 2.5% up to 95% in recent years. And there are 5 councils this year proposing or having resolved to go to a special variation process with IPART.
Thank you. If residents are struggling with cost of living, high mortgages and fixed incomes, what options or protections are in place for them if this special variation proceeds and they simply can't afford it?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, any ratepayer who is experiencing financial hardship, we really do encourage them to reach out to our rates team. We have a rates and annual charges hardship policy here at Council, and we'll work with the customer to establish a support arrangement under that policy, and that can include an extension of time to pay, a manageable payment plan. We can pause interest accrual. There's a lot of things available to us under that policy.
Thank you. One more and then I'll share it with the next person.
Please, yes, then pass on.
Okay. One of the things that the community has been asking for are independent audits. My question through you, Mayor, is what independent audits do we currently have in place?
Through you, Mayor. So yes, we're audited regularly by the New South Wales Auditor General and internal audits. There are independent members of the ARIC, the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, and they review this activity as part of their advisory role every quarter in the financial year. And the New South Wales Auditor General audits our accounts every year. The audits are publicly available along with the minutes of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee when these matters are considered.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hackman, you were next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question to staff through you, Mayor Hines, is how much did Council save through the amalgamation process versus what was expected?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So we have an attachment here in the booklet called the Productivity Journey and Improvement Plan, and on page 196 of the booklet, you'll see Council saved an estimated $161.6 million based on a 10-year net present value assessment versus what the state government estimated, which was $76.3 million, so almost double.
Okay, thank you. That clears up a lot of information out there. Why do we have such a big backlog in asset management?
Through you, Mayor, we have a significant asset base here on the Northern Beaches, almost $4 billion in infrastructure. Over the last 4 years, we've experienced a growing backlog, and that's reported in our financial statements each year. It's due to a number of factors. High inflation, which I mentioned before. We also have an ageing infrastructure base here. There has been insufficient maintenance funding in some areas, and we need assets to remain in service longer now as they head towards the end of their useful life, which means maintenance costs are increasing. The higher asset renewal costs sort of over the same period have been significant. And I think probably also we have had 8 officially today natural disasters in the last few years on the Northern Beaches, which has really hit our assets hard.
Thank you. There's been a lot of misinformation in the community about expenditure on staff and top-heavy management. Could you please tell me how Northern Beaches Council fares against other similar-sized councils with similar asset portfolios for their staff expenditure?
Through you, Mayor. So council has a percentage of operating costs for staffing at 39%, which is in line with the local government industry benchmark. And staff, as mentioned before, are paid under the local government state award, which stipulates what the annual increases have to be. And Northern Beaches has been able to perform or meet or perform better than those industry benchmarks of councils of similar size in its group, with our full-time equivalent staff value that you heard from before per head of population.
Great. So we meet the benchmarks. That's great. So what were the... It's really important to clear up the misinformation. Could you tell me as well, what were the operational cost savings to council from optimising the fleet vehicles? What were the cost savings, please?
So the estimated savings there are estimated savings forecast in our improvement plan as well of $580,000 by year 3. And that will come from a variety of initiatives that we have planned. But this has been a journey we've been on for some time in terms of rationalising the fleet.
Thank you. Just 2 more questions. What services do we run or subsidise that the state government are legally responsible for? I mean, I know the hop, skip and jump bus is an example, and the state government has to pay for public transport. What other services are we paying for that should belong to state?
So through you, Mayor, the CFO mentioned a number of services that have been shifted from the state government, and I'll just pull that back up for you.
I can add to that. So coastal management, transport services, as you mentioned before, filling, I guess, these gaps in community service delivery. There are also imposts on council around waste levy, like a tax on landfilling, and the development application and regulatory function, which is constantly pushing further responsibilities to councils, and our responsibility to fund the emergency services, which is the RFS and the SES and the fire and rescue service, which most people would think are state government services.
Thank you. So my last question is, why did you recommend option 3? But I also want you to include in your answer, if possible, what the average increase would be under option 2, 3 and 4 per week per ratepayer.
Thank you. So as Councillor Causey asked us to outline the difference between the 4 options, so option 3 would address what the asset management plan has been calling as a funding gap for several years now. So we'll be able to look after the assets that we currently have to maintain and renew those. Also to be able to deliver some of the service uplifts that those asset management plans are calling for. It funds the environmental and natural risk reduction program as well as providing funding for emergencies and resilience projects. That plus it provides the council with the flexibility to move forward with some of the other priorities that are in the community, and that's a process that you'll do through your operational plan each year. Provides that future funding stream, and that will allow the council to look at issues like large renewal projects that are coming in the medium to long term that the council is going to need to address and have funding for. And with this option 3, you will have the flexibility to be able to prioritise outside of that. You asked what the cost increases would be. So I'll give you the increase above the rate peg. So option 1 is rate peg. So the increase above that per week, was it? Okay,
yes, please.
per week for option 2. Next year it's $1.95 per week under option 2. Option 3, did you want all the options, sorry?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Option 3 is $2.70 next year, and option 4 is $3.25 per week next year. So what you're paying today versus what you'll pay in 3 years' time, because we're following a phased approach. So by the 3rd year, compared to what you pay today, you'd be paying under option 2, $6.64 extra per week. Under option 3, $9.42 extra per week. And under option 4, $11.48 extra per week.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just getting back to the survey, this is a bit of misinformation that seems to be going around. Can I get a Can I get some clarification?
Excuse me, Councillor Williams, could you just hold for a moment? What's your point of order, Councillor De Luca?
I refer to clause 16.11 of the Code of Meeting Practice that a councillor commits disorder if he insults or she insults, makes unfavourable personal remarks or imputes improper motives on any other person. 2 councillors tonight have made adverse comments which are actually incorrect and untrue. They are members of your party. I ask you to call them to order when they do such breaches and stop them from continuing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. I don't think it's relevant at the moment. If we can just keep asking questions. Councillor Williams. If you could turn your light off, Councillor De Luca.
Could I get some clarification around the survey, please? Could you please tell me what percentage of the population responded to the survey? And what percentage of ratepayers responded to the survey?
Through you, Mayor, it was 2.4% of the population. And please bear with me for 1 minute. 2.4% of the general population, I'm sorry. And for unique ratepayers, so where one ratepayer may own more than one property, for example, it was about 6.7% of that population of ratepayers.
So 98% of the people of Northern Beaches were happy, didn't respond. Is that a conclusion we can take?
Councillor Williams, is there a question in there?
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, I think we'll skip. That seems to be more of a statement than a question.
Certainly. My apologies.
Okay.
I have another question though.
One more question?
One more question. Has the council made an assessment of what the economic benefit to the local economy would be once we start implementing our plans should an SRV be put in place? And presumably option 3.
Through you, Mayor, I do not believe I'd have that information to give you at this point in time.
Could that be made available for the planning weekend to help us make some decisions?
Yes, through you, Mayor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next person up to ask questions was Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. For the benefit of the audience, I've heard a number of residents express unhappiness that this was consulted over the Christmas New Year's period. Are you able to explain why it took place at that time of year?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, so there were 2 key reasons. One is IPART's requirements that submissions for applications for a special variation have to be submitted by Monday the 3rd of February, next week. The other thing was that the new councillors were elected in October, and as soon as they were onboarded, this was a point of discussion for councillors. November was the first council meeting held with the council to be able to discuss this matter, and it was proposed at that point to commence community consultation straight after that meeting.
Thank you. Another comment that I've seen is an observation from some community members that they're concerned that our council has more managers or depth of managers, so layering of management, than other organisations. Are you able to describe how we compare to other councils and other organisations in terms of our management structure?
Through you, Mayor, as mentioned before, our FTE against population and operating costs are in line with industry benchmarks of 39%. We have a structure very similar to the majority of councils and certainly the large Group 3 metropolitan councils, which equates to an executive team and management team and across all the services that councils deliver. The size of that management team obviously relates to the services and deliveries that the council ultimately determine will deliver.
And related to that, a concern I've seen expressed is that, and I'm summarising, that the salaries for management at Northern Beaches Council are not aligned with other similar organisations. Are you able to comment on how our structure of salaries for management compares to other councils?
Through you, Mayor, as I mentioned, our percentages across the groups and teams are comparable in terms of industry benchmarks. So what the information we have available, the Office of Local Government provides statistics around each council's of similar grouping. So we're in Group 3, a large metropolitan council, and the performance benchmarks and benchmarks for staffing are in line and meet those benchmarks against those other councils.
I think
and that's a public report.
Question was directed a little less at the number of staff and more at how our salary structure compares to other councils of a like size.
Through you, Mayor, I wouldn't have the information of individual councils' salary structures available to us here. It's not publicly released information.
As a proportion, is there benchmarking for in terms of how much is spent on management salaries versus other levels of employees?
Through you, Mayor, as I mentioned, our service streams, and so the number of managers we have relate to the services that councils deliver. So even within the Group 3 large metropolitan councils, the services aren't all the same. So you couldn't compare the management structures like for like.
How are our salaries for management and executive staff set at Northern Beaches Council?
Through you, Mayor, without getting to confidential human resources information, we look at industry benchmarks for similar roles of complexity and scale of responsibility in order to attract staff to that role in that area.
Reflecting a concern that has been raised, how do we have difficulty at attracting executive or senior management staff? Does that feed into the salary consideration of how staff are remunerated?
Through you, Mayor. So Northern Beaches is the 4th largest council in New South Wales. So if you compare it to private organisations, it's a $500 million annual turnover with significant complexities. So you would be comparing it in a commercial market, as someone mentioned before, to a similar sized organisation with that scale of risk and that scale of delivery across the geographical area we span.
Thanks. A couple of last questions following on from some earlier ones. In relation to natural disasters, how much has council had to spend on cleaning up and immediate response to natural disasters over the last 6 years?
Through you, Mayor. So not including the wind event, a couple of last weekend, we have spent just under $15 million on 7 natural disasters in recent years. And we've received funding from the government through the Disaster Assistance Program of just under $7 million. There is a very long time frame, so there are a number of claims that are under assessment. It takes about 3 years. That said, we're still chasing claims from 2019 to receive that funding back.
And what impact, the last few years have been very rainy, what impact has the high amount of rain had on our maintenance of our stormwater and road network?
So there's been significant costs. Some of it we've had to incur under the disaster process. What we saw when we did the condition assessment last year for roads, the road network underwent a comprehensive review. People might have seen the little trailers running through the roads and the footpaths. There's been a considerable deterioration in the condition of many road assets within our network, and that is attributable to all that rain.
In terms of the different options, what impact would the different options have in terms of our ability to respond to those past maintenance issues caused for our stormwater and road network?
So under option 2, that is facilitating extra funding for road and stormwater asset maintenance. Option really directed by the asset management plans. Option 3 gives the council, and option 4, the ability to prioritise things, to bring things forward, to accelerate the repairs to assets that are in a poor condition.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for now.
Okay, next up was Councillor Bingham.
My questions have been answered, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Harvey, I had your hand up next.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. So, through you, Mayor,
I spoke too soon, Councillor Harvey. Can you, if you can hear me, Councillor Harvey, you're suddenly dropping out, so can we try again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry. Alluding to Councillor Hackman and Glanville's previous questions around workforce cost management, can you just explain to me how industry benchmarking is calculated?
Through you, Mayor. So there is industry benchmarking done through Local Government New South Wales, which is a peak representation body for it. So councils receive information on this benchmarking auditing process they've done and report. So councils have access to understand roles and remuneration. From benchmarking perspective, for example, at executive level, we also engage specialist human resources recruiters who have access to benchmarking data across industries, including commercial entities, as well as large government organisations, to allow us to benchmark and understand appropriate rates of pay.
Thank you. And what agency do we have as councillors to independently set different benchmarking standards if we saw it fit?
Could you repeat the question, please, Councillor Harvey?
What agency do we have as councillors to set different standards for benchmarking for workforce management within Northern Beaches if we saw it fit?
Through you, Mayor, I think I'm just trying to make
Okay,
sure
please,
I've heard.
can we just, yeah, give a little bit of space for the answers. Thanks.
Apologies, Councillor Harvey, I was struggling to hear you then. In terms of increases or changes above the benchmark, it's ultimately a matter for council to determine where appropriate, as and when vacancies were to arise, if they were to be of a mind to use information other than the Local Government New South Wales or other benchmarks available.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, next up, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just hoping to get some clarification on the figure for the cost of consultation. I understand a member of the community submitted a GIPA request and the amount they received in that response was $204,000, but the amount quoted to Councillor De Luca was $173,000. So I was just wondering which was the correct figure.
Through you, Mayor. Yep, it may come down to the terminology. So council budgeted an estimate of $204,000 in the adopted budget. The actual costs after implementation of the consultation have come in at $173,000, so it's under budget to what was budgeted.
Thank you. I just have two more questions about the survey. First of all, was the survey random or was it rather an opt-in process?
Through you, Mayor, it was an opt-in survey.
And can I just ask, how many people visited the Have Your Say page and then how many then answered the survey after visiting the page?
Through you, Mayor, there were a total number of individual browsing sessions that totalled some 36,875. Which, when that is further distilled, we could see that there were 26,469 single visitors to the site. So that's getting closer to a unique visitor. And of that, we received 6,380, from the online submissions, 5,538 submissions online.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, Councillor Dillon.
Through you, Mayor. With option 1 and option 2 for the special rate variation, which assets will close?
Through you, Mayor, it would need to be a process of council determination as to what services and or facilities couldn't be renewed through the annual budget process, where council determine what works would proceed or what services they would like to continue.
And which ones are at risk?
So through you, there are a number of assets in condition 4 and 5 rating, which would be our highest priority for renewal. It would be a matter for council to determine if they were to continue to deteriorate or whether to put limited funding into those assets.
And are you available to provide examples of that for the gallery?
Without any suggestion of councillor intent or determination, an example might be the Warringah Aquatic Centre, which needs significant renewal and repair in the coming years and doesn't have a budget for those works.
Thank you. And my next question through you, Mayor, is in relation to Sydney Water increasing their rates by 50% in July 2025 through IPART, what community consultation did they do?
Through you, Mayor. So Sydney Water, like us, go through IPART for their price increases. They do this process every 5 years. In the lead up to that, just like us, when we develop a delivery program, they engage with their stakeholders. They ran focus groups and targeted surveys a couple of years back as they built their plan, like we would do with the community strategic plan. They had 13,000 of their customers involved in that process, and that developed the pricing proposal. The pricing proposal, the community engagement, the consultation is completely IPART-led. Sydney Water provided customers with a brochure with the last invoice, and if you go to their website, if you want to give feedback, it takes you onto the IPART website, and IPART run that process.
Thank you.
Okay, I
I
think
just
we're
ask a
almost going to get through all of our councillors with all of their questions. Councillor Beaujard, I had you next.
Madam Mayor, would it make sense to yield back to Councillor De Luca before I ask my questions?
Okay, I've got two. I've got one
Actually,
other councillor
Councillor
as well.
Causey, I think, before me.
Oh, well, actually, Councillor Singh also wanted to ask questions as well. So I'm trying to spread it right around before we circle back. Okay, so Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank you, everyone coming to supporting to us. Just one question. You hired a company called Micromax for survey before the election. Are you using that survey for special rate variation?
Through you, Mayor. So the community feedback survey is done approximately every 2 years.
Yeah.
And that was undertaken in August last year.
Okay.
And we ask within that every 2 years questions around the community's satisfaction with our services, like or dislike, or where they see things. And that process was undertaken by Micromax, as is done across a lot of local government council areas.
So my question was, are we using that survey towards to the SRV?
So it's not proposed to form part of the IPART application as a requirement of IPART. It's just information that we have from our community in a statistically valid environment that we take every 2 years. It's the latest information we have and is available on our website as of last week, I think.
But sorry to interrupt you, but I never filled up that survey last 2 years before election. I never received any of email or confirmation, or I never received how to fill up the survey. So with this service based on fill up the survey?
So, through you, Mayor. So Micromax are a professional engagement company on surveys.
Yep.
So they actually make calls out to people and they make it out understanding the demographics. So they need to meet a whole number of criteria to make sure the number of calls and people they interview in the local government area is statistically valid. So it's not a generic call out from the council or public involvement. It's a targeted approach.
Okay, that's fine. And how much is cost on the survey?
Just one moment, please.
No, that survey before the election. That survey is before the election, which is done by the Micromax. How much cost on that one?
Before the election.
Yeah, before the election.
Through you, Mayor, the cost of the Micromax survey conducted last year was $49,940, including GST.
Including GST. So that was Mr. Stu was explaining on the situation of that, how many people wants the road fix, maintenance services, all that on the last Tuesday. So we are making decision on based that information, or the council making the decision on based on that information?
So through you, Mayor, council undertake that community survey every 2 years, and the data was made available preliminary to councillors last year and then in completeness last week, and it's also on the website for the public as we do. It helps our work in the integrated planning and reporting framework, the 10-year community strategic plan, as we look to review and consider what the community are focused on next year. The councillors will have that as another source of information on what to understand a community wants and needs.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so back to Councillor Causey and Councillor De Luca. Who would like to go?
Most of my questions have been answered, but just following on from Councillor Singh's question, could you tell me if the Micromax survey had a random sample, please?
Through you, Mayor, it's what's called a representative sample, as was already mentioned, that it considers demographics, gender, a range of factors to ensure that it is statistically valid.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Did Councillor Bourgeard have questions or was going into debate?
I do, Councillor De Luca, but I thought you might want to continue
I'll give
first.
way to you for the questions.
Cool, thank you. Happy to. Well, that's all been a little dry, so let me just lighten the mood a little bit. Poo balls. I know we recently had a bunch of things wash up on our beaches. Could I get an idea of how much it cost us to clean those versus Randwick Council last year when they had to clean them, please?
For our council, it was only around $10,000 in generally staff time, plus obviously staff were diverted from usual business. For Randwick, their costs are over $400,000 to clean up that incident.
Thank you. Next question. We've just talked about representative versus opt-in samples, and my statistics is a little rusty. Can you explain the difference between the two sampling methods and whether and which are more appropriate to derive policy upon?
Through you, Mayor, Council often uses a range of methods to gather data. An opt-in survey is obviously a voluntary one, and it recognises that it only represents those people that choose to participate. So whilst it might have limited statistical value, it does obviously have a qualitative value, and that is why we approach our community engagement more from a thematic analysis issue, so that we can obviously take submissions through various forms, be it feedback or a written email or a letter, which some of our customers like to communicate with us. And one submission may raise, which could be in the form of an email or a letter, could have several themes. So it ensures that we can code all of that feedback to make sure we capture those aspects. That is often important to consider alongside representative data like the community satisfaction survey, because you'll often find that there is a variation, and that's why that information then is presented to the council so that consideration can be given to both sets of data.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, would it be inappropriate, therefore, to consider a confidence interval on an opt-in survey of any size of a population?
Sorry, could you just reframe that for me?
So we had one of our speakers before, I think it was Mr. Pellaire, said because we had, I think it was 5,400 people respond, then there was a high degree of confidence in the results of that data. With an opt-in survey, is that statistically an appropriate summation to make?
Because of the nature of this engagement, we also undertook an independent review from Micromex, who provided us with that comment to say that whilst we did have a high level of engagement, in fact, as I mentioned, one of the highest for any project, that this data could not be taken as representative of the population, but rather a representation of those that engaged, because it was an opt-in process.
Thank you.
Okay, can I just jump in there for a moment before the questions and answers continue, just to say a reminder to the audience that taking photos inside the chamber is not allowed, and someone is posting pictures. So if we do see who you are, we're probably going to ask you to refrain and leave. So just a quiet reminder to everyone, try to keep your cameras to yourself. All right, continue on with the questions and answers.
Thank you,
please.
Mayor Hines. My very last question. Some have said to me that this is an ambush of the new councillors, and I'm one of the new councillors. Could staff explain what they've done to onboard the new councillors so that we're equipped to make this decision today?
Through you, Mayor. So for the councillors that came on board and didn't have the benefit of previous years' discussions and workshop considerations on the financial statements, with the councillors that came on board, we immediately underdid a process of awareness, including a review of a weekend workshop that was conducted in March, so that the new councillors could understand what the previous term of council had considered and we're looking to. And then we have held a number of briefings and workshops since then, including another weekend workshop at the start of November in advance of the November council meeting. in order to provide the councillors an understanding on the integrated planning and reporting framework, all those documents that talk about how council needs to deliver its services, what our long-term financial plan has been saying for a number of years, and highlighting the risks and how it does not align with what's required in the asset management plans, and taking them, new councillors, through the process of what that would mean in terms of asset management to the assets that are here, what condition they're in, and what the limited financials would mean. And then finally talking to councillors about what IPART, who they are, what they do, and the process of special variations to rates. If you recall, the CFO mentioned earlier that IPART have acknowledged the gaps in their rate peg methodology and have said that a special variation is the appropriate means for councils who are struggling financially to recover any lost funds through that process with an adjustment to the rate peg. And we talked them through what we talked you through what IPART's requirements are for any kind of application.
Thank you. Sorry, one follow-up question, just because you said that. Am I to understand, therefore, that today we're not voting to keep the rates same or raise them? We're only voting on whether or not we're making a submission to IPART at this stage?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct. The recommendation is for council to submit an application to IPART. IPART need to then do their own analysis and assessment and community consultation. And IPART will make a determination, we expect in May, which would give a maximum rate that council may determine to use. The rate that would apply next year is ultimately determined by council in the June council meeting when the budget is adopted.
Thank you. Sorry, one follow-up question. So council does not have to adopt the maximum rate that IPART allows it to, correct?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct. IPART set the limit. It's council who make that determination in June.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question's directed to the Director of Community Engagement or Manager, Executive Manager. In light of Councillor Beaujard's questions, why then have we wasted $174,000 of ratepayers' money on a survey that you are now saying we cannot have confidence in?
Through you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. So IPART's requirements are that councils, any council considering an application, have to do an engagement process to make the community aware of the various options that the council may determine of each of the options and what the cost impacts are of each of those options. So that's a requirement of IPART. The significant cost in that $173,000 we spoke about before was a mail out to all ratepayers, as an individual mail out to all people that owned property in the LGA.
So in view of your answer, am I inferring that therefore the survey meant zilch?
Through you, Mayor, no. IPART are looking to see that the community have been made aware and have provided feedback on any options that the council may ultimately determine. And so it was important to reach as much of the community to build that as possible.
So do you think it's fair and reasonable at administrative law principles that a council is even countenancing that 98% of or councillors too, I should add, are countenancing that 98% of non-respondents have more gravitas than those that bothered to complete the survey?
Through you, Mayor, staff are not making any comment or assumption on the people that didn't respond. They've provided the data and they will be providing that same data to IPART should an application be submitted based on what was heard and who replied.
Just further to the question I actually asked you, and I used the specific terms at law. Is it reasonable, rational and permissible for an irrelevant consideration that has been put by Councillor Beaujard to be considered tonight that more gravitas should be had to the 98% of non-respondents than those who bothered to respond to the survey?
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I believe I'm being misrepresented by Councillor De Luca.
There is no point of order.
Councillors, just please can I just ask that we defer and just keep the questions and answers going? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I can't make any comment on a councillor's discussion or opinions tonight.
Thank you. I think the answer's obvious and anyone with half a brain would work it out.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Beauchard.
Madam Mayor, an
now
identical point of
turn-
order. Councillor De Luca, I'm making a point of order. An identical point of order to Councillor De Luca's previously. A member may not denigrate or abuse another.
My
member of the
question was
public
to
or
the audience.
councillor.
Are you saying that I'm
Okay.
accusing you of having half a brain?
Okay,
Yes, I am, Councillor De Luca.
All right, this really is now becoming...
Okay, so can I get back to the actual matters that concern our
can we
community?
just close this meeting for a second so that cool heads prevail and so that the point of orders are irrelevant? I'm not...
Well, they are actually. I know perhaps
Yep.
you're not understanding them, but the Code of Meeting Practice does
Councillor
provide
De
for them
Luca.
under Clause 18.
No. Councillor De Luca, I remind you I chair this meeting and please keep your commentary respectful as we are trying to do with each
Well,
other.
I had just wished that you would have applied the same standards to your fellow registered political party members
Well,
as
as
you're
you-
doing to
Councillor
an
De Luca.
independent. So now, in relation to the claims that staff have not increased nor salaries and increases, my question's directed to the Chief Financial Officer. Could the Chief Financial Officer please advise what the level of staff numbers were in 2022 and 23?
Through you, Mayor, if I could take you to the council papers.
Thank you.
in
I just need the
attachment.
answer. Thank you for the benefit of the audience. I don't need to be taken to papers. I want the audience to hear this.
So can you confirm which years you'd like?
So, 2022 to 23, how many staff did we have in that financial year?
The full-time equivalent positions was 1,265.
And what was the total amount of salary and on-costs paid in that year?
142.6 million.
And in the following year, did the actual number of employees increase and what were they?
Yes, in that year we had additional staff in the aquatic centres and also new parking officers.
How much by
And-
though? Can you please be specific in your answers, noting the time
So
of
the
the
FTE
evening?
in that year was 1,283.
And what was the increase in salaries that year and on costs?
So the salaries were 151.7 million.
So there was an increase between those 2 years, yes?
Yes.
So the following year, was there an increase and what was the number of staff?
So the current financial year, the forecast is a budget of $165.6 million and staff of 1,301.6, and that includes 15 temporary roles for the core replacement of our systems.
Thank you. So staff and salary and on costs have increased every year, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. In relation to the comments regarding natural disasters, is council insured, and if so, by what insurer?
Through me, the council is insured. The types of assets that are damaged in a natural disaster are not. They're like infrastructure, like the roads, seawalls. Those things are not insured. Things that are insured are buildings like this building, and you are not allowed to claim from the government any costs incurred in damage to non-essential infrastructure, which includes a lot of the insured assets.
So with State Mutual, which is the insurer, just so the community know, if we opted in to the insurer for that purpose, is that permissible, or do we have to use the state government's disaster recovery fund?
The costs of ensuring $4 billion in infrastructure would be crippling and would not be something that the council would be able to afford to do. There is funding available through the federal government. The problem for us is a huge time lag in receiving that funding.
So the federal government have, as I note earlier, provided financial support for these natural disasters.
Yes, as I answered Councillor Glanville's question.
Thank you. Is it a relevant consideration to IPART for natural disasters and what it can cost a council?
Councillor Hackman, can you turn your light off for a moment? Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Durker, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that in the microphone.
Is it a relevant consideration for IPART in relation to natural disasters and the expenditure on such and the justification for a rate rise?
Through you, Mayor. So I can't comment on how IPART will consider it, but their analysis and assessment works through our financial statements, our assumptions, and including expected costs or what we're suggesting we need the special variation for. And they would ultimately make a determination that may be not approving or lesser than what council has proposed based on what they consider is sound and appropriate from their review of the financial statements.
Thank you. In relation to the CEO's previous comments that grants have dried up from the federal and state governments since the last elections, has any correspondence been received from MPs in relation to our plea for them to help us get money?
Through you, Mayor, not that I'm aware of, but I would come back to councillors if I do locate anything.
Thank you. Regarding the audit of our finances, I refer to emails to the Chief Financial Officer and responses. Can you confirm that the Auditor General, as well as external auditors and ARIC, have never once raised issue in relation to the liquidity of Northern Beaches Council?
That's correct. We don't have a liquidity problem.
Thank you. Could you please confirm who the councillor representative has been since 2017 on the ARIC committee?
In my time, there's been a number of councillors on the ARIC. We've had Councillor Walton, we've had two past councillors, Councillor Grattan, the Mayor. There's been a few.
So has Councillor Grattan and Councillor Hines been on the ARIC committee consistently?
I can answer that. I suppose since the law just got changed recently, there's only one councillor allowed on ARIC now.
So Councillor Grattan has been on the ARIC committee since 2017 to the present?
2018.
2018. So earlier on, the Chief Financial Officer said that 2 years ago, concerns were raised regarding infrastructure. Why then was that not reported back to councillors by our councillor representative?
Through you, Mayor, we obviously can't make any comment on other councillors' actions, but I can confirm that the minutes of the ARIC are made available and the ARIC have been reviewing the long-term financial plans and financial statements as part of their advisory role.
Thank you. Can you also confirm for me, please, which councillor has moved for the adoption of every budget since 2018, or the majority of every budget since 2018, and at all times spoken in favour of those budgets and not once raised a concern regarding the financial position of this council?
Through you, Mayor, I could not tell you that.
I can. Councillor Grattan.
Point of order. Point of order,
In
thank you.
relation to...
Let's just pause for a moment. I heard a point of order. What was your point of order, Councillor Grattan?
Oh, sorry, I've got a
Someone needs to
question.
turn a light off somewhere. Sorry.
Councillor De Luca is not actually correct. I have raised a number of items about the financials in debate, even though I have supported the budget. But the point of order is about imputing a motivation that is not in fact accurate.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Let's just move
Could the
on.
minutes of those meetings and the webcast please be provided to the public, particularly Councillor Grattan's speeches?
Okay, Councillor, we'll move on. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, definitely. In relation to the setting of the CEO's salary, could you please advise me what is the actual salary and on costs for the CEO?
Is that appropriate?
Through to the CFO.
Is it even public?
The budget for the CEO role, including the on costs, is $556,000 this year.
And can I further ask, tonight we've heard a flip on that it is set by the local government award. Is the CEO subject to the local government award, or do councillors vote for that salary?
To our COO.
Through you, Mayor, a senior staff contract position does not work under the local government state award.
Thank you. In relation to directors, what is the total amount of expenditure in the budget for this year?
Through you, Mayor, $2 million.
Thank you. Is it correct in relation to executive managers that they have increased since last financial year to this year, and if so, by how many?
The number of executive managers has recently reduced by one.
Is it not the case that an executive manager for sport has been appointed?
That's a title change and function change to an existing EM position, executive manager position.
But does not an existing position of previously with that title still exist as executive manager of Parks and Recreation?
So it's a name change for an existing position. So last financial year, there were 23 executive managers. We had, from a budget perspective, 22.
So could the CEO please advise what was the rationale for appointing that additional position and keeping that original position?
The position you're referring to manages the 2 aquatic centres?
No, CEO please.
Through you, Mayor, we just talked about that role being a title
Excuse
change.
me, I will ask for refraining from commenting in the audience, please. I know it's been 2 hours already. We've still got more to go, but if you can just hold on for a little while longer. No, you can't ask any questions from the audience. So that is at a different level of the council meeting. In fact, if you would like, maybe it might be a good idea for a little 5-10 minute break now.
No.
Okay, then please I ask that you just hold on, because when we get to the end of all the questions, we'll have a break.
So I just press that question. Why, when we previously had a manager for sport and recreation and parks, has another manager, executive manager I should say, been appointed for sport? It's not a reduction.
Through you, Mayor, I'll ask the relevant director to come to you to explain that scope.
Through you, Mayor, The position of Executive Manager, Sports and Recreation was a name change from the previous position of Executive Manager of our 2 aquatic and leisure facilities. So we added the relationship and development of community-based sports and building relationships to improve the physical health of our community by adding that title change to the role. It is not an additional position.
But there are 2 people.
There was previously a person called Executive Manager Recreation Business who resigned and left the organisation. That position was reframed to Sports and Recreation, and a new person was appointed to that role. And there is a position called Executive Manager of Parks and Open Space, which has been an existing position. So there is no new positions.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Causey.
Yes, thank you. Just following Councillor DeLuca's questions, I wonder if staff could clarify for people in the gallery how the AREC committee works and how many independent members are on the committee, how those members are chosen and compared to the number of councillors on that committee.
Through you, Mayor, there are a number of independent voting members and then there's councillor representation. As mentioned earlier, previously Northern Beaches had 2 councillors. There was a change to the legislative framework and since that point there can be 1 councillor representative, which at this point in time is Councillor Grattan and will be changing later this year. Those independent voting members are brought in through a recruitment process that council undertakes to determine the necessary skills across the board from each of those members to ensure that the advisory panel has the necessary skills to be reviewing and considering what's presented to them.
Okay, with that, councillors, I ask that we just adjourn for a 5-minute break and call that now at 8:11. And just to let the audience know, there is tea and coffee at We will now invite the mover to speak, which is Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I'd like to begin with an apology. Before I was elected, I believed our council was financially secure and that a rate rise wasn't necessary. However, my journey as a new councillor has actually shown me otherwise. From my first meeting with our CEO, Scott Phillips, where after pleasantries the focus was immediately on financial sustainability, to reviewing documents which I have here, like the asset management plan, the productivity journey, the long-term financial plan, it became quite clear quite quickly that we're custodians of $3.45 billion worth of our assets. And by our, I mean all of us. Roads, stormwater systems, parks and more. And maintaining these to a standard is a growing challenge. Rising costs, natural disasters and other pressures have made it clear that we're falling behind. Rates have not increased with CPI each year, and there's an ever-increasing gap. To make informed decisions, I immersed myself in Council's financials. I attended the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meetings, and I sought insights from the New South Wales Auditor's Office. Additionally, I engaged with you, the ratepayers. Through surveys, consultations, and meeting you in the public, I listened to your concerns and priorities, and I learned things that mattered most to our community. That's why I focused on asking staff about the hardship provisions we have in place. There are some clear messages from all the people I've spoken to. We value our community. We want to ensure it remains a great place to live, not just now, but for future generations. But what I've learnt is without action, our infrastructure backlog will grow and our assets will deteriorate. That's why I've come to the conclusion that a special rate variation is necessary. It's not a decision I take lightly. It's about protecting our community, preserving our assets, and adapting to challenges like climate change. It's a step I believe essential for long-term sustainability. This decision comes from listening, consulting experts, and weighing the evidence. My goal has always been to serve you with integrity and transparency, and I remain committed to making decisions that benefit the Northern Beaches for years to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grattan as the seconder. Do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. The system is broken. Across the sector, state and federal government have shifted costs onto councils, around $379 per Northern Beaches ratepayer per year. 57 councils have recently applied for special variations, including 50% of metro and merged councils. We are not alone. The system is designed to force us periodically apply for a special variation to reset. We've done well to last 8 years before getting to this point. We have tried to build up unrestricted cash, but disasters, COVID and high inflation has stymied these efforts. The long-term financial plan and asset management plans have flagged this issue and financial pressures continue. To stay resilient, we need sufficient working capital for day-to-day liquidity and to manage shocks. Our assets are ageing, remediation costs and risks are rising. OLG ratios for infrastructure or operational performance are under pressure. Without intervention, backlogs will grow, creating intergenerational inequity as costs shift to future generations. Over 10 years, our unfunded asset gap is $255 million. On top of that, the community has asked us for new unfunded assets such as surf clubs and accessible amenities. The community has expressed concern about the proposed rate increase during a period of high inflation and interest rates. However, Council's financial issues from over 25% construction inflation over this period cannot be solved by cutting salaries, staff or events. These won't even come close to addressing the shortfall. While the papers show a capacity to pay, we recognise financial distress and have a financial hardship policy to support those doing it tough. Council will continue to review services and drive efficiencies, but if we reject option 3, that means serious cuts possibly closing a Warringah Aquatic Centre or reducing library hours, closing rock pools, charging for beach stickers or increasing sports ground fees. All difficult decisions we'd have to consider and all very unpopular. So the decision is difficult. Whilst 51% of the opt-in survey and social media feedback, some of which was inaccurate and abusive, oppose an increase, a representative survey shows 60% wants improved services. Of the 13,500 who used the rates calculator, only 5,500 made a submission. I'm swayed by the expert advice of council staff, over 40 hours of briefings and backed by the AREC. Do we apply for option 3 and work out at our strategy day to adjust the budget towards option 2? Option 1 doesn't meet our Local Government Act obligations. Option 2 is the bare minimum, requiring service cuts and no buffer for financial shocks. Option 3 allows us to deliver some of what the community is asking for. I'll see how the debate unfolds.
Councillor Grattan. Okay. Any other councillors to speak, or should we start on the amendments?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll speak against the motion. Based on the information and the answers provided this evening, it is not fair and reasonable to dismiss that this council cannot keep going as an ongoing concern and look at costs within. Indeed, the Audit Committee should have done that and come to us every year when there was a problem. It didn't. It does concern me that the Auditor General each year has certified our accounts. It does concern me that every year the Office of Local Government has said we've either met all benchmarks or 7 out of 9 in 1 year only. But still, this council is one of the highest performing councils compared to others. Many of which, if you do a comparison with those councils who don't have the same benchmarking success as what this council is doing or has had, are not actually applying for the same rate increase as what we are. To disregard the community and use statistics and not treat people as people and consider their needs and interests and their individual problems is indeed concerning. We may live in a wealthy area. However, we have significant issues in relation to poverty. We have people living on the breadline. As Mr. Gold pointed out, not only is there that poor woman who has cancer, there is another older woman on that Facebook page who's living every day on frozen spring rolls. She says that this will send her over the edge. And these are just the people that we know of. Do not treat the residents of this council area as mere statistics. Do not dismiss a survey which people have bothered to complete. Do not dismiss what people have told us tonight. It is all factual, it is relevant, and if you have all appropriately listened to the answers, you will know that we are in a financial position and that we should be looking in at cost cuts and not slapping our ratepayers with yet another unreasonable rate rise.
Thank you. Councillor Hackman.
Hello. Tonight, we face a decision that will impact the future safety of our community. I understand that for many, this rate rise is very concerning. Business owners are grappling with rising costs, parents are facing challenges with childcare, and asset-rich, cash-poor residents, many long-time members of our community, worry they won't be able to keep up with payments. Young professionals and first home buyers see home ownership slipping further out of reach. I hear you. I've met with business owners, parents, renters and retirees, and I want you to know that Council has been externally audited, cut staff and reduced costs. We continue to scrutinise every dollar and rationalise assets, but efficiencies alone aren't enough. We've considered the Audit and Risk Committee's recommendations, independent audits, and compared ourselves to similar councils. This isn't just a Northern Beaches issue, it's a statewide crisis. Local Government New South Wales cost shifting report reveals a $1.36 billion shift to local councils, about $400 a ratepayer per year, and this has increased by 75% over the last 5 years. The state government has also raised our bill for emergency services by $3 million annually, bringing it to $9 million, while reducing financial support in other local projects. Minister King's inquiry into local government sustainability highlighted similar issues statewide: rising costs, reduced funding and increasing pressure on councils. North Sydney is considering a 112% rate increase. Some councils are closing pools and others have gone into administration. In our community, some people who didn't get their paperwork in on time have exploited this issue and spread misinformation and Trumpian outrage, ignoring the truth. The reality is...
Come on, councillors.
The reality,
and
happy to
audience,
retract.
calm.
The reality is that we have, we now must cut non-essential services and prioritise investments. But even with these cuts, our revenue still falls short of covering essential services and the infrastructure needed for a safe future. Our council has a backlog of $46.6 million in maintenance and renewal works, which grows by 27% annually. Roads, stormwater, community buildings and pools urgently need attention to be made safe. If we don't act now, we risk escalating costs in emergency repairs and asset failures, predicted at $1 billion annually if we delay. This is not about funding cultural events or outdoor cinema. We are trimming those, but we need an investment in your community's future so that in the next flood you can drive safely to pick up your kids, so that in the next bushfire your fire service can respond quickly, and so that your rubbish is collected, your roads don't collapse and your stormwater drains don't flood your home. We must acknowledge the community but prioritise our investments.
Thank you, Councillor Hackman. Okay. All right. Councillor Williams.
My fellow councillors, the results of the community consultation are in, and option 3 has been recommended. Anything else will cripple councils.
Okay. All right, please. Respectful here. There's 15 councillors. There are 15 opinions. We listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The results of the community consultation are in, and option 3 has been recommended. Anything else will cripple council's ability to maintain assets and improve them. It is a common business adage that if you're only treading water, you're going backwards. Option 2 would mean going backwards, albeit not as quickly as option 1. And then, once our assets have finally collapsed, we would be facing a huge bill to replace them. This is neither sensible, reasonable or defensible, and would impact younger generations. It would be a dereliction of our duty as councillors. Back in May last year, SGS Economics and Planning announced that Northern Beaches was the best place to live in Australia, and I would argue the world. This was 8 years after amalgamation and 4 years after COVID. An incredible amount of work has gone into creating this organisation that made it happen. It is being suggested that we should dismantle this organisation rather than support it with an SRV. I fail to see how this is in the best interest of the community. It has also been suggested to me that people won't support any increase on top of what IPART approves. Neither will I. IPART has approved yearly increases of around 3%, which is supposed to keep the budget in balance with inflation. Unfortunately, costs have risen 20% or more, and we have had the state government cost shifting us things that they used to pay for, such as the emergency levy and water testing at beaches. The Legislative Council of New South Wales released a report on council finances on the 29th of November 2024, and I quote, "The evidence showed that the financial challenges councils are experiencing cannot be overcome through fiscal discipline alone and are threatening the long-term sustainability of the sector." We will be voting tonight to apply to our IPART for an SRV. I don't believe I was elected to do nothing and watch the council implode from lack of funds. I also don't think stopping the process and throwing the whole council management system in the bin is good governance either. It is denial through delay. My approach is to stabilise the council funding and spend the rest of my tenure making sure that the council runs a tight ship and provides this community with the assets it deserves. I'm sorry if this causes people financial pain, but we have effective hardship programs for people struggling to pay rates. These programs and the data on people's ability to afford the quite modest increase tells me that option 3 is the best balance between maintaining our assets and not overburdening the ratepayers. I ask for your vote in favour of asking IPART to review our request for option 3.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Causey.
Okay, thank you. Look, I welcome people here who are here in the gallery tonight. It's great to see people participating in democracy. I want to explain the condition of the council's assets for everyone. These are ranked from 1 to 5, with 1 meaning excellent and 5 that they're on the point of collapse. A few weeks ago, I asked staff to send me a list of all the assets across the Northern Beaches in conditions 4 and 5. When printed, that came to 130 pages. I tallied up the figures from the spreadsheet and found we have overall more than 1,100 built assets in Pittwater ward alone that are in either poor or very poor condition. Stormwater infrastructure in our ward accounts for 971 of these assets, which most of us don't see, but are many decades, if not more, older, and one of our most expensive area of maintenance. With Pittwater's hilly landscape and ever-present drainage issues, I think this is a significant problem. Similarly, for other built infrastructure around Pittwater, just to mention a few of them, retaining walls, upper and lower levels of roads, everywhere from Mona Vale to Palm Beach, footpaths, seawalls at Elvina Bay, Church Point Reserve, as well as the tidal pool at Bayview. That's just a fraction of our total assets needing urgent work. I note that they don't even include Pittwater's rock pools, which are crumbling away and leaking. Neither do they include our footpaths to our village centres, Avalon, Newport and Mona Vale, which are uneven, and shopkeepers have told me they pick residents up off after falls every week. Neither does it include our environmental assets, our bush reserves and parks, which unfortunately are not technically classified by accountants as assets, but which are highly prized by the community and provide homes for a range of endangered species. Local bushcare volunteers who've spent decades weeding and planting are dismayed by the state of these assets. One recently told me they couldn't bear visiting the Avalon Dunes anymore because of the state they're in. Most are heavily overgrown with weeds, especially after the heavy rain of recent years, and just as with built assets, become progressively more expensive to rehabilitate the longer they are left. For this reason alone, I will be supporting an application for a special rate variation. Now, look, I've got various other comments here, but the main one that I want to make in response to one of the speakers' comments about the single mum who has cancer. Unfortunately, a lot of the discussion has missed the point that we have a very solid hardship provisions which go as far as, in severe cases, of waiving rates for people who are really struggling. So I think we need to remember that this is not going to be an impost on the people who are on low incomes. It is something to bring assets in our community up to the standard that they need to be for us to avoid having disasters, basically.
Okay, thank you. I'm gathering that was a 4. Councillor Singh, do you have something maybe to say against? Yep. Someone needs to take their light off. Councillor Causey.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank you for everyone coming tonight. Thank you. Thank you for all being here to discuss issues that affect on each of one of us. The proposed 39.6% of the rate increase by Northern Beaches Council. As a local resident, small business owner, we understand the role of our councils and play in maintaining and improving our beautiful region. From repairing our roads and park to recovering from natural disaster, their work directly impact our quality of life. However, with such a substantial rate rise being proposed, it is essential to approach this matter with both and carefully. The Council has justified the rate increase as means to address $90 million budget shortfall, largely driven by rising material costs, disaster recovery expenses, and financial impact from the pandemic. While these challenges are real, they do not weigh that financially burden that increase would place in household and small businesses. An average annual hike, $673 for families and $1,611 for small businesses. It's a small ask. As a being in myself, small businesses, it's really hard to be struggling financially. Might be this number is very small, but it's going to affect of cost of living for one of each of us. And the Council responsibility to demonstrate and that every avenue of the cost of saving has been explored before turning to the ratepayers. Councillor Vincent DeLuca, thank you, Mr. DeLuca, has raised the concern about the expenses such as a $159 million annual wage bill. I would like to expenditure of the staff vehicle, marketing budget, and these are areas Mr. DeLuca has been asked you, and we got the answer for that as well. After all the fact and listening for everybody point of view, I come to the solution. I do not support any of the option.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Glanville, you had your light on.
I had an amendment, but I'm content for the debate to continue if people still want to speak to the original motion.
Okay, all right. Well, we've had 2 for, 2 against. Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Tonight, decisions must be made. The cost of living crisis is real and it is affecting every single one of us, including the council. Yes, inflation may have stabilised to 2.5%, but let's not forget that over the past 4 years, it's soared above 8%. During this time, the rates imposed on us by IPART have been pegged to 2.5%. That gap has placed significant pressure on our ability to maintain the services and infrastructure our community relies on. Like just every other council in New South Wales, we must increase our rates. I've served on this council for 8 years, and in that time, I've seen remarkable efforts to achieve efficiencies and savings. Through amalgamation, a total of nearly $30 million per year in savings has been achieved, and we continue to look for more. Over the past 3 months, we as councillors have undertaken an estimated 40 hours of briefing, a weekend workshop, countless hours reviewing the operations of our 57 services. We've scrutinised every line item, identified one off-sale surplus properties and cancelled specific services to save what we could. But shaving a further 50 or 200,000 here or a one-off property sale will not address the additional monies needed to tackle our ageing infrastructure and provide new facilities for the future. Cracked stormwater pipes, pothole-riddled roads and missing footpaths are no longer inconveniences, they are liabilities. Option 2, maintaining the status quo, will deal with this just. But it will leave us playing catch-up with no room to prepare for the future. Without decisive action, our ageing assets will continue to deteriorate. And when the next natural disaster strikes, as it inevitably will, we will not have the reserves to meet it. Let me remind you that the last 4 years we have experienced natural disasters including coastal erosion, bushfires, flooding, and costing council $15 million. And of course, COVID cost us $41 million. I've read the hundreds of emails. I've studied the results of the community awareness campaign and read the suggestions for further cost savings rather than raising rates. But the majority of our community has not had the opportunity to pore over the hundreds of pages of financial reports or ask the staff the hard questions, as we councillors have done. This is about future-proofing our council. It's about ensuring that when the next crisis hits, we are ready. It's about protecting the quality of our life our residents expect and deserve. And it's about making the tough choices now so that future generations aren't left to shoulder an even heavier burden. That's why I will be supporting option 3.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilman, I saw your light on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, let me say I have the greatest respect for my fellow councillors and what you've spoken about tonight. And just let me say that I agree with what you're saying. I know exactly where you're coming from, but I honestly believe this is just not the right time to increase rates.
Okay, Councillor Robins.
Thank you, Mayor. I extend my gratitude to residents in the broader community who have contacted me over the past 6 weeks via email and phone. And while some discussions were challenging, I value the opportunity for open and constructive dialogue. Additionally, I acknowledge the 13,500 residents who used the rates calculator on Council's website, and I would still encourage all residents to do the same to understand what this rate variation means for them. During my previous term as Narrabeen councillor, I engaged with local groups on pressing issues such as inadequate clubhouses, sporting grounds, a lack of female amenities across our LGA, and challenges faced by smaller community organisations. These conversations have extended over the past 4 years, resulting in many significant achievements during that time. However, still there's a lot to do. In addition to addressing issues common to all wards, such as the cost of ongoing maintenance, improvements and renewals of roads and footpath maintenance, curbs and gutters, stormwater management, bush regeneration, rock pools, sports fields upgrades, and making our buildings accessible, I highlight specific Narrabeen ward projects that require additional council funding. The rebuilding of Jamison Park sports amenities after a fire which occurred 3 years ago with a $1 million shortfall between insurance settlement and the project cost. A $2.5 million priority project at Manly-Warringah Football Association headquarters for female amenities at Cromer Park, canteens and umpires room, currently unfunded. North Narrabeen Surf Life Saving Club and Board Riders Room, stage 1 is funded, but stages 2 and 3 remain unfunded. Other key projects in the Narrabeen ward include the Lagoon Park playground upgrade, the Clearwaters program and the Narrabeen Lagoon entrance management strategy. Given that these are all improvements, not renewal or maintenance, staff have informed me none of the above are likely to be able to be funded in option 1 and option 2 in the foreseeable future. The proposed rate rise is not a failure of the amalgamation process, but a necessary response to external financial pressures and the need to sustain essential services. At the December 24 council meeting last year, my notice of motion for a strategic planning weekend in early 2025 was unanimously adopted. This session was for all councillors to focus on opportunities for reviewing services, operational efficiencies, property rationalisation and incorporating community feedback regarding their rate variation. Having served as both as a senior council staff member and a councillor, both sides of this chamber, I have a deep understanding of the IPART process and I trust it's in its integrity. For the long-term financial sustainability of this organisation and to ensure we can maintain, renew and improve services to our community, I support the recommendation to apply to IPART for an independent assessment. And I need to say, this decision also impacts on my family.
Councillor Robins. Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
I wanted to move an amendment which has been sent through to governance.
Okay. If we can have that amendment up.
I'd like to second that amendment, if that's okay.
Could we have the phones off, please, even with the sad music? Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. This amendment is to propose that we instead proceed with option 2. And I'll explain a little bit about why I think. My first aspect that I'd like to speak to is that I think that the way that we went about the consultation process for this project was not ideal, and part of that is because of the timing for which IPART requires applications, and the fact that it essentially demands sort of binary feedback of yes, I've acknowledged that I'm being informed or not. But I would rather that council had deferred this process to the end of this year and taken the time during this year to explore and implement some budget reprioritisation and to have and to have more time. For the benefit of the community, council develops its sort of strategic goals through the community strategic plan, where we talk to the community about what its aspirations for the community are. And my personal feeling is that it would have been better to consult on the budget at the same time as talking to the community about its aspirations, so that we can have a realistic discussion about what people want from council, and then if they've got high aspirations, a realistic discussion about how we fund them, and demonstrate to them that we have been reprioritising expenditure. And I think if we're to be upfront, and as is clear from me suggesting option 2, I do see that we have a need for a special rate variation, but I think on the flip side, we also have an obligation to keep it as minimal as possible for those in the community for whom money is tight. I think I would have then rather, after we had that, a conversation with the community that allowed them to actually shape the number that we submitted to IPART. If our consultation had said, and I'm throwing a number out there for argument's sake, if the community had said I could live with 20%, the consultation process we went through didn't really allow them to give us that feedback in a way that we could actually take to IPART, because IPART requires that what has gone to the community is what we talk about. So in general, I feel that option 2 is the strongest synthesis of what I heard from the community, and I think that the community was pretty evenly split between people who were concerned about the impact of a rate rise and the other half who were concerned about what a loss of services would mean. And so I really encourage the councillors that I believe that option 2 is the closest to a consensus position that meets everyone in the community in the middle, and it won't perhaps make everyone happy. Arguably, it's just the option that makes everyone the least happy, but I'd really encourage you to consider that I think this is the most responsible way to maintain our assets with the least impact on people in the community.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. I've changed devices, so hopefully the connection's a bit better now. Hi everyone. Today I'm also speaking in favour of option 2 because while it's clear to me that we don't have adequate funding to repair our assets, the community's been pretty loud and clear that they can't afford council the luxury of aspirational projects while they are struggling to make ends meet. Our council can't shelter residents from the need for this rate rise, but we can minimise the impact on them while simultaneously lobbying state and federal government to do its due diligence and sustainably fund local councils. As you've already heard, this rate rise is born out of a faulty rate peg system coupled with chronic cost shifting onto local government. Councils have continuously picked up the slack, so much so that in New South Wales, an average of $460 of rates per person purely goes on to funding services that state and federal used to be provided by state and federal, but you've already heard that. Since 1996, federal funding to councils has halved and grants have become more competitive and restrictive. This cost shifting is not new, but it is dramatically increasing. LGNSW observed a 78% increase in cost shifting onto local government between 2017 and 2022, and that's just increased since then. It's like council has a horrible boss that just keeps piling more and more work on our table whilst cutting our pay, and something's got to give. There's just been a parliamentary inquiry into this which resolved, and I quote, "Even in councils that focus on the provision of basic services, the committee heard clear evidence that the rate peg has not kept pace with the level of income councils require to adequately meet the need of their communities." That's why there's nothing special about a special rate variation. They are the normative ways that underfunded councils make ends meet, and our situation is not unique, even though it is painful. I'm certain you'll hear more about this, but I would like to use the rest of my time to implore other councillors to pressure the New South Wales government to not only adopt the recommendations of this inquiry, but reconsider the amendment put forward by the Greens that councils should be remunerated for the last 3 years of cost shifting. This motion was rejected by Labor and the opposition, which is kind of ironic because local Liberal MPs are now lambasting the council for having a rate rise. This inquiry has proven the gaps in cost shifting that we already know are there. So does the state government really need further audits before providing compensation? The numbers are there. To our residents, I am more than sorry to pass on the costs of a flawed SRV system. I will be writing to state and federal representatives to advocate for more funding for the Northern Beaches Council subsequent to this. Nonetheless, like you've heard from my other colleagues, I cannot in good faith deny our need for an SRV as much as I would like to. Our assets are depreciating rapidly and it would not be fair to the future generations to allow this to continue. But by opting for the smallest increase, I hope that we can minimise the impact of this financial blow on you. And use this as an opportunity to find further efficiency.
Councillor Harvey, you've kind of gone over your 3-minute limit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said. Okay. Any other speakers? Questions? Oh, Ethan. Oh, sorry. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought we'd go through some of the facts that are in front of us now after the questions and discussion we've had up to here. The current cost of living crisis and inflationary financial environment is putting immense pressure on households and businesses. Our community has high expectations for council services like roads, pools, waste collection, playgrounds and libraries. If you drove here tonight, you'd see just how underfunded and at risk our stormwater system is. For example, we don't know the current condition of 80% of our stormwater network, and that's what option 2 would identify. The years of cost shifting from state government to local councils have made local government financial sustainability almost impossible without going down the special variation pathway. For example, the emergency services levy has increased from 6.4 million last financial year to over 9.3 million going forward. This is money we had to find with little notice and at the expense of important asset maintenance and service delivery. Council's past actions to address the financial sustainability issues we face include representations to state and federal inquiries into local government sustainability, staff and property rationalisations, and multiple service reviews. Despite this, even if Council were to cut discretionary services to the bone, including cancelling Christmas, New Year and Oz Day events, childcare services, community grants, increase fees for sports field hire, close golf courses, sell off property, shut down environment centres and remove community staff liaison positions, these savings would not be sufficient to meet even half of the funding gap of $24 million required to maintain our current assets, while also ensuring we have sufficient reserves for natural disaster preparedness and long-term financial sustainability. For these reasons, I feel it is in the best interests of the community to support a compromise by submitting an application for an option 2 special variation to rates, which will deliver much needed infrastructure renewal, future-proof our council from the cost of natural disasters, and ensure that community expectations for services are met while still recognising and having compassion for the immense financial strain local residents are facing. Failing to request a special variation would mean extreme austerity and major cuts to council services that our community rely upon and have come to expect.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hernjack. Okay, anybody else? Councillor Beauchard.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. While we're at a bit of an impasse, the people who've spoken to us tonight have a deep mistrust that council are actually telling the truth, that council's numbers are right, that we can't actually go and look at what council is doing and find the savings within ourselves. My colleagues in the Greens have come up with a compromise, but still are looking at an SRV. What we're voting for tonight is to reach out to IPART and start a process. This process concludes with the budget agreement that we'll do in June. That's where we decide what people's rates are. In business, you don't restrict your options. The option may be to do absolutely nothing. The option may be to charge less to our residents. The option may be to do option 2. We might need to do option 3, but we won't know until we do a review of all of our services in council and have that looked at independently. So I'm not going to support this motion. I'm going to support the motion I moved, but I promise if that happens, I've spoken to staff and I will start the process with a notice of motion in February to look at all of our services, how much they cost, how much revenue they bring in, what the community benefit is from those services. We'll bring that to the weekend workshop that Councillor Robins moved, and we will sit there and work out which ones don't pass the pub test. For each of these, I want to see forensic analysis of those, and if we need to cut, we will. And if that tells us we need to go for an option, we'll do that as well. The original motion gives us the ultimate flexibility to do what's right for our community while we have independent oversight into what we're doing. So I won't be supporting your motion, but thank you for it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Or shall we put this to the vote? Okay. All right. All those in favour of option 2, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Causey. All those against, Councillor, and Councillor Harvey, sorry, Councillor Harvey, I've got to look at the screen. Those against, Deputy Mayor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beauchard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon and myself. Declare that lost.
I have an amendment.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll read the amendment for the benefit of the public. That, 1, Council defers indefinitely the consideration of the SRV application until 2026. 2, requests the CEO, A, to introduce an immediate freeze on the hiring of staff, particularly considering that the organisational structure must be resolved 1 year from the September election and in consideration of the planning weekend of councillors to discuss the next budget. B, to explore a $10 million reduction in the employment costs of management or by at least 30% in savings over the next 2 years. C, to explore a reduction of at least 20% to deliver $20 million in savings over the next 2 years. D, to critically review Council's property portfolio and make recommendations to the April 2025 Council meeting to raise at least $40 million over the next 2 years. E, that a report be prepared identifying the opportunities, options, timing and risks for the disposal or development of the council-owned car park at 31 to 35 Howard Avenue and 36 to 34 Oaks Avenue, DY. F, to rescind the vehicle leaseback arrangement and replace it with salary sacrifice and a novated lease scheme. G, seek quotations from other recognised experts to peer review the assumptions, analysis and conclusions that purport to substantiate such a large increase in rates, including the demand for a significant increase in investment in assets. H, to explore and recommend any other internal cost savings measures as thought fit. 3, cancels all events for 2025 except for citizenship ceremonies, Anzac Day ceremonies, those that existing contracts have already been executed, and that only one Christmas and one New Year's Eve event be held in central venues, and that in future, staff, prior to funding any event using ratepayers' money, Council staff present a cost-benefit analysis report to Council, addressing but not limited to the total expected cost of the event, any anticipated financial returns or savings, C, any impact on local businesses and whether external providers can provide the same event, D, non-financial benefits to provide a full picture of the project's value, and 4, defer the Manly Surf Lifesaving Clubhouse redevelopment pending state and federal funding.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by...
I'll second it, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. There are 3 types of falsehoods: fibs, lies and statistics. Using per capita statistics to justify a failed argument which asserts that our staffing level was one of the lowest among a handful of councils, in my opinion, is deceptive, weak and misleading. I deplore the use of such diversionary tactics to distract ratepayers into thinking that they are getting value for money and should part with more of their hard-earned money to fund illusionary frolics, and that they should be grateful and lucky that they're not being asked to pay more to live on the northern beaches. Only someone who seeks to gaslight our community, to accuse them of being Trumpites because they disagree with them, would put and support an argument so offensive. I would like to remind this chamber and all honourable councillors that councils are a virtual monopoly. Just because you think ratepayers can afford to pay more does not entitle you as elected representatives to charge more. Please, don't dare forget that our ratepayers are captured by a council area where they choose to live, and as such, they deserve better and do not need this insult. Our fellow residents also deserve a council that has the courage and honesty to deliver efficiency dividends by continuing trimming unit costs and eliminating wasteful expenses that do not add value, such as perks and executive remuneration that don't pass the pub test. In this regard, the Council has done nothing to arrest the escalating staff costs that jumped 9% in just 1 year alone from $146.1 million to $159.33 million. We should start there, I say. On the league tables of things, instead of leveraging the advantage of our scale to deliver better value to our ratepayers, we pathetically want them to pay more or less. Instead of trimming our cloth in a time of perceived headwinds ahead of such to meet challenges, we do the laziest things possible, putting our hands into the ratepayer's pocket for more money, saying you can afford it because Morrison Lowe said so. Shame, shame, shame.
Councillor Hernjack as the seconder. Can I ask the audience, please, to just refrain from the noise coming from there for the moment? And Councillor Causey, can you turn your light off? Councillor Hernjack as a seconder.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm incredibly frustrated and disappointed with how this process has unfolded. $173,000 in consultation later, and what do we have to show for it? A majority of residents who want us to cut their services, and a community in distress at the prospect of shouldering the burden of a 39.6% rate hike in a cost of living crisis and per capita recession. Council's consultation and engagement has failed to prosecute the need for a rate rise, even when you only have to look around to see the state of disrepair much of our critical infrastructure is in. I will be supporting this amendment and thank Councillor De Luca for his percipient efforts in interpreting the public mood, his work in putting this together, and his past amendments, which have ensured that we all have as much information in front of us as possible before we make this decision. In an ideal world, we would have waited until at least next year, and in the meantime, embark on a journey with the community to find savings and alternative sources of income before making a robust case for a special variation if still required when the wider economic circumstances have hopefully improved. You all know better than anyone that our role as councillors is to represent the interests of the community and make decisions for the good of the community. An unprecedented portion of the community have in no uncertain terms made their opposition to this special rate variation very clear, and we should be respecting their wishes. A record 6,389 submissions were made through the Funding Our Future Your Say page or through direct communication to Council. I personally received over 200 emails from local residents detailing their concerns with this proposal. In addition, a parliamentary petition on this issue garnered 293 signatures from Frenchs Forest Ward residents alone and over 910 across the Northern Beaches. I know many in the community are struggling to make ends meet and will be incredibly worried and distressed about this rate rise if it does pass. I want them to know that Council has a solid hardship and pensioner policy for those who are struggling to make rate payments. More information about these policies can be found on Council's website or on your rates notice. I would encourage councillors to have compassion tonight as you consider option 3 and look to support the community as they've asked us to.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Okay, I will not be supporting this amendment, which I believe continues the attacks on councillors and staff that have been carried on over the last few weeks, focused on cuts and efficiencies, irrespective of whatever sacrifices that would mean for residents. Now, I'm not going to beat about the bush about this. I'm going to be very clear. This is part of a neoliberal attack on...
Point of order.
I beg your pardon?
Okay.
Point of order.
Council, point of order, Councillor De Luca.
The comments by Councillor Causey are yet again her usual befuddled extremism.
Okay.
Can we please ask her and call her to order? It is a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice.
I think there's been a few breaches of Code of Meeting Practice, and I'm trying to make sure that we all play together as well as we can, knowing that we've got different points of view around.
I know she gets confused, but this is just simply outrageous.
Councillor De Luca, please do not be insulting.
Point of order, Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Causey, would you like to continue? Councillor?
Yes, I would. I am not calling anybody sitting at this table a neoliberal. I'm not going
Sorry,
to discuss
Councillor
this with
DeLuca,
you.
don't call out. We were respectful for you. Please do the same. We don't all agree with each other, but that's part of the democracy around the table.
So this discussion about cuts and efficiencies is basically part of the drumbeat, the neoliberal drumbeat, which we are hearing in the community.
Madam
Councillor
Mayor,
Cawsey.
on a point of order.
Okay, Councillor Cawsey, can we refrain from using that term and just skip over it?
No, I don't want to...
It's just called
Okay, if you
trying to
can't-
care for...
All right. Councillors, I have just asked, please, that we stop. If you can't use that phrase, then please don't use that sentence. If you have a particular point to make, just move on. I think we have an understanding of what you're trying to say, and we also understand Councillor DeLuca's reaction to it, but knowing full well that there seems to have been a little bit of name-calling around the table tonight in all different directions, let's kind of keep it civil and moving on, because we're coming up to 3.5 hours and we'd really like to get to the end of this.
I have received very many considered emails, and I've discussed this. I've spent hours and hours discussing this with members of the community. And generally, when I've spoken to, in fact, I think in every case when I've spoken one-to-one to somebody in the community about this, they've sat back, even an accountant who came to me saying we shouldn't be having any rate rise whatsoever, who turned around and ended up saying, well, actually, we need a rate rise. So I think a lot of the, however, I think, and I do recognise there are members of the community who are struggling and genuinely struggling, and then that is an issue, but as we've already heard, there is there are hardship provisions for people who are really struggling. So, I'm sorry, Mayor, I can't speak when
Okay,
there's this...
sorry, audience, I'm asking that you stop calling out. Otherwise, I'll call for another adjournment. So please just refrain. I know we're getting tired. We have to... this is part of democracy, listening to different opinions. Okay, Councillor Cawsey, try and get to the end. You've got 1 minute and 33 seconds left.
So I want to make this very clear that we have had now involvement of Liberal Party, very prominent Liberal Party members, councillors...
Point of order.
Councillor...
I'm happy to tell you the point of order if you'd just please be quiet and let me actually say it.
Why don't you just shut up?
Councillor
The biggest
DeLuca,
bully
what's
is on
your
councillor
point of
trying
order?
to... The point of order is our code specifically says that no one should be discriminated against. If a Liberal Party member, if a Greens member, if a Libertarian, if a Green wants to get up, who bloody cares? Are you saying that you won't listen to them because they're a Liberal? She won't listen to them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'd like to call for an adjournment now for 5 minutes. Thank you. And the audience. I'll make mention of two things. I will call now. I've been trying to be really equal and even-handed in everybody having a bit of a say, but now I will call points of orders very quickly, and I will rule for or against them, and then we move on. And also, if there's any more calling out from the audience, I'm giving you some warning now. You will be pointed out and then asked to leave. Because we need to move on. This is an important topic, as you're all very aware, and obviously one that understandably moves passion, but we need to get through the business of council. So if we can now start back of where we were, which will be Councillor Cawsey. You have 1 minute 18.
Okay, so I want to make very clear that anybody who was a councillor on the previous council knew about the financial situation. It was published in the budget papers 2 years ago.
Point of order.
The last 2 years.
Councillor De Luca, your point of order.
We have already had confirmation from the CFO that every year the Auditor General, the ARIC and our own auditor has confirmed that this organisation has liquidity and that there were no financial problems. So Councillor Cawsey is misleading the chamber. She's wasting our time.
Okay,
and I ask
I
for you
rule
to
this
ask
is
her to
overruled.
desist.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Cawsey, can you continue?
Yes, so councillors who were on the previous council were fully aware of the financial situation that we are dealing with. We had, as has been mentioned, we had a briefing earlier this year in March where the situation was discussed, and it's been discussed since the new council was established. Other than that, I just want to comment on the amalgamation. If anybody supports a de-amalgamation from this council, it is me. I spent 5 years and was one of the founders of the Protect Pittwater organisation. However, this is not an issue about demerging. This is an issue about accepting the fact that we have assets in a very poor condition, which could cause problems for the community in the coming years, and dealing with that issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. So should we put this to the vote? I'm saying that I can hear someone from the audience, and if we can identify who you are, I will be asking you to leave. Can you please leave? Thank you. Can staff help her leave the audience? Okay, so back to the... Okay, last chance to leave. Okay, we're adjourning the meeting for another 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Round 2, point 5. Okay, so where are we up to seems to be the question. Councillor Glanville, your light is on. Councillor Causey finished. Councillor Glanville.
Am I able to speak to the amendment, or is it being put?
I don't remember putting it
okay.
because of, sadly, if that hadn't happened, that would have been done. But
Okay.
Councillor Glanville, let's go with whatever you're going to say.
So that we're not here till 11:30, I'll try to be quick. As much as I'm loving spending time with the community in the council chamber, I will speak for and against this. I think that there's aspects that I agree with, there's aspects that I disagree with. For example, the council-owned properties at DY I consider to be significantly underutilised and have potential for, affordable housing projects or some greater utilisation. I support us significantly reducing our events budget. I support the deferral of, large capital projects like the Manly Surf Lifesaving Clubhouse at this point in time. I'm not sure that I necessarily support all of Councillor De Luca's suggestions in terms of specific numbers. I think I would like to understand whether those numbers are achievable or not, but I guess the way that the motion is phrased would allow some flexibility or ability to not do the specific number involved. I think I'd probably rather a time frame over a year so that we would be in a position to submit any SRV at the end of this year, but I understand what Councillor De Luca is trying to achieve and trying to put timeframes around things, and so thank you for his suggestion.
Okay, thank you. All right. If we have no one else speaking further, we can put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh. All those against? Deputy Mayor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself, and Councillor Harvey. Declare that lost. So with that, we go back to the substantive motion. Okay, Councillor Beaujard, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. I'd like to address some key points raised during the debate and correct some of the conversation that's been happening in our community. Firstly, neither council nor any councillor, as far as I could tell, has claimed that the community consultation was a vote. It followed the Local Government Act and IPART requirements to gauge community sentiment, educate the public and gather feedback. Unfortunately, there's been a large Facebook campaign, spreading information, making the public angry and interjecting, and they've claimed that rates will immediately increase by 40% or that council has ignored community feedback. Those claims are false and they undermine the genuine, transparent efforts of councillors and staff. Look at us here at this table. This is not opposition government. We work together as a community to make the Northern Beaches better. I respect Councillor De Luca and others that advocate for smaller government. That's their ideological position. But under the Local Government Act, our role is to ensure council's financial sustainability and preserve intergenerational assets. This isn't just about today. It's about managing infrastructure and services for future generations. Critically, we are not voting to increase rates today. We are voting to apply to IPART for permission to consider a special rates variation. It's one step in a far broader process. I've heard the community's concerns. I've heard your concerns. And in response, in the February meeting, I'm going to call for a review of every service, not a cherry-pick list, where we're going to go through and decide which ones are valid, which ones need to be cut, potentially which ones need to be improved, and which ones need external forensic investigation. This will ensure we operate efficiently and focus on what matters most to residents. To the community leaders vocal on this issue, some of whom have been spoken today, I offer a hand of friendship. Let's engage here in Council in a respectful, fact-based dialogue to together strengthen our community. In closing, I really urge everyone to focus on the facts. Our responsibility is clear: to act in the long-term interests of the Northern Beaches by prioritising financial sustainability and intergenerational assets. That's good governance, and I'm looking forward to us moving forward together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll put it to the vote. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and Councillor Harvey. Sorry, Councillor Harvey. Declared that carried. Thank you, everyone, one and all. It's been a kind of a long night on one very important topic. And wish you well. If you feel free to come and have a discussion to any of us later on, but thank you. Okay, thank you. Declare the meeting closed at 9:55 p.m.